It's a Wednesday?
Wednesday.
Wednesday morning, you're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
34 degrees right now. Going to get up into the low 40s, and it just keeps going up, up, up. Tomorrow, high of 44.
Wow.
Friday, high of 55.
Oh, bring on the sleet and the slush.
Well, no, it'll be rain.
It's pretty crappy. It's very raw out there.
It's not. It's great outside.
Eh.
Oh, my
Great.
God.
I don't know
Dank,
about great.
raw, rainy
It's okay.
weather.
I don't know about great.
You guys,
See the sun in a month.
coming and hanging out with you is like being with my 15-year-old at all times. Everything's, I hate it. Oh, is that a thing I love? I hate it. You know what you told me the other day? I don't like pizza. Shut up. Oh, now you don't like pizza all of a sudden? Get out of my face.
Yeah, that is a lie.
That's you. That's what you sound like. All right, I want to start the show
Yeah.
documenting an historical event from yesterday.
Historical.
Kimmy, something I have never seen before.
Here?
Yeah.
Oh, what'd you see?
What?
Outside or inside?
No, inside. You were there. In fact,
I was
you
there.
are the subject of what happened.
What happened?
So we have a new employee in the building.
Yep.
A new old employee.
Yes.
She's back. Well,
Mhm.
not old. That sounded bad. Not that she's old. She worked here. Now
Yes.
she's back again. I'm going to stop talking. So we had a welcome back pizza party.
Yes.
Very nice. Everybody that works here, we're all in our conference room. We're hanging out. We're catching up with everybody. So, what do you think? Like 7-8 months ago, we got a new big boss here.
Yeah.
Right? And, Tuesdays and Thursdays are what they call group days. So that's when everybody comes into the office.
Mhm.
So the boss is hanging out there, and all the other people are hanging out there. And, we feel like we have to make an appearance because, we're big deals.
Yeah.
Sure.
So I go to sit down next to one of our coworkers, your ex-wife, actually. We're chatting it up, having a grand
Is that
old
who that was? I
Yeah.
haven't seen her in so long.
Oh, God, we're just crushing you. She's describing your naked body to me. We were howling with laughter.
She never saw it. She never opened her eyes on our honeymoon.
But sitting next to me on my other side, I didn't realize it, is the new big boss.
Oh.
And he's a big Bills fan, so
Yeah.
we're talking about the Bills for a second. And then there's a whole group of people. We're all talking about football, Kimmy. So it's me and like 5 other people. We're all going back and forth. And in the middle of that interaction, I feel a hand on my shoulder while I'm sitting down. A tiny, clammy hand. Kimmy, it's Tommy Muley.
Oh, he's at the meeting.
Yeah, he's not only
Not
is he
even at the meeting, the party.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
And he's coming over. And I assume, Kimmy,
Yeah.
he had come over to be like, I'm getting out of
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
Because he had been in the meeting for
But
a full
usually he doesn't
45
even give you a
seconds.
heads up. He just, kind of scoots out.
You're right. But he wasn't saying goodbye. He was coming over and sitting down in the
Oh,
group.
my God. He sat down.
Well, the boss is there, You got boss man.
Group chat.
For the first time
Yeah, I've
in
never
my
seen that.
life, I watched Tommy Muley go out of his way to get FaceTime with the boss.
Can't hurt. Can't hurt.
With you, yes, it can. 100%. No, I was stunned.
Really?
Astonished that
What's
you
wrong? Are you dying?
Yeah,
Well, I hung out there. I mean, I kind of hung for a while.
You
I was
did?
there
You did. I've
30
never.
minutes.
Yeah.
I just kept
That's-
looking at my watch.
What was that
It's
about?
a record.
What's going on?
Well, I haven't seen the girl that came back, and I've known her for 25 years.
She's a woman now.
He had a
Oh.
lot of gossip to catch up
Oh
on.
my God, yeah. Man, we were talking so much crap.
No, I understand. You're a big crap talker, and we love that about you.
Yeah.
But, like, the specific going out of your way to sit down with the boss.
Boss man, yeah.
Yeah. I've never
Well,
seen-
I didn't have a very good relationship with the last boss.
What?
I know. I tried.
Did you? Did
called
you
How
her-
many times?
try?
How many times I go up to boss girl
You
and try to talk to her?
call her boss lady and then run away and hide.
Like a little bitch-ass bitch. So you're making a
A concerted effort.
to connect with this
Moving
boss.
forward.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
And I like the guy.
he's a really nice guy.
He's like a guy.
No, I get it. I
Like
get
we haven't
it.
had like a guy boss here in a while, but we had.
No,
Bro, we
no. This is how it all starts.
No,
it
we had
always
weirdo-
starts the same way, and then you point out the flaws, and then that person slowly loses their respect.
Well, we had Lady Boss. We had Blender Boy Boss, who was up there making shakes all day, but got fatter for some reason.
Well, when you put sour cream in.
Yeah, may he rest in peace. We had a lot of different bosses. We had
Yeah.
Crowley, stem wine glass boy. This guy is like a knock around guy.
No, I like the guy.
I do too.
He's a really
And
nice
you could
guy.
say, when's the last boss you could sit down to and actually have a casual conversation about the Bills and the guy knows what he's talking
No,
about?
yes, I'm not saying the guy's not a good
But
guy.
you've also only known him for so long.
No, true, yeah. Well, that's all I got.
Okay, look. I'm just saying I had never seen you before.
Yeah.
Play nice.
Go.
out of
It's
your
not even
way.
playing nice.
Just
Just
even
go out of your way
yeah.
for anyone that you've
for
ever
any
worked with.
FaceTime at all.
I even walked past my ex-wife, didn't hold my nose.
Well, she would have noticed. We were still laughing about your naked body. Kimmy,
Yeah.
Is going out of your way to get FaceTime with the boss a good thing or a bad thing?
I think it can be a good thing, but there are people that overdo it, I think, and kind of give themselves a different reputation. Like,
Ask us.
I know you're not doing this because you
Brown
want
knows
to.
you. Bend over boy.
Well, that's just it. And, you're my...
Spineless.
Like,
Did you whisper that like people wouldn't hear it?
because we've all seen coworkers turn into completely different people when the boss walks in.
Those
the
are
room.
the worst kind of people. The worst kind of people. And no, the reason I bring this up
Yeah.
is you've never done this before
Yeah.
in your life.
Yeah.
And I am worried that you're going to overdo it. And you're going to look like that guy. Hey, man, what's going on? We're going to go party this weekend, man. Okay. Okay. Oh, look, there he is. He knows the score. Now you're on the trolley. Like, I think you should be conscious of that.
I think he likes me.
No, I think I know he likes you. You're easily seen. No, like in a social setting, you're an easy guy to talk to.
I like it.
Oh, look at that! Look at that! Ooh, I give
It's a
myself
skill like anything, Pat.
I give myself a compliment. I give you one too. I don't know. The only person in this room that did not get FaceTime with the boss yesterday was Kimmy.
Oh.
What's up with that?
I was in the room.
Yes.
I said hi to the boss.
I existed.
He comes down here all the time.
He does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I wasn't going to just jump into the conversation.
Well, Tommy did. I thought that's what
Yeah.
I thought that was. Like
I was actually mingling.
Yeah, here,
Yeah,
here,
you
right,
were.
right. Here we go. Okay, Tommy's here. Oh, sit down. All right. Hey guys. Okay.
I was also checking out to see who was eating all the pizza.
Yes.
You know I do that.
You also had to make up for all the other things you've missed with the boss. Like, Pat and I have been out and about with the boss.
Yes, you have.
You have
Yeah.
not.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you did not come to the out and about.
I didn't out or about.
Matt writes us on Instagram, Duffy and WCMF. He says, "Gross. Don't bring up Tommy's naked body during breakfast." My apologies.
All right, sorry.
No, like I don't know, because look, man, I'm with you. If this wasn't a guy who was like something we had in common with,
Yeah.
you know what I mean, I would not be going out of my way to talk to him either. And it was watching you do what you did yesterday that alarmed me that maybe
Yeah.
I'm coming off as a guy. I don't want him to think like I'm going out of my way
Yeah.
to talk to him just because he's the boss. You know what I'm saying?
Well, there's no. I mean, he's the boss. So I mean, if you go up to him, there's always an expectation of why are you talking to him? You're a subordinate. So I mean, it's hard to not look like a chump when you're talking to the boss, even if you're genuine.
So then, even if you like the boss, should you not talk to the boss and not look like a chump?
No, you should not worry about what it looks like because either way,
Bless you.
you're going to get judged negatively by some people that you're a brown noser. And you don't need those people. Those people are just making noise, Pat, and they don't matter.
Are you? Did
Oh,
something
it's happening.
happen?
I know.
Did something happen to you?
Should we be concerned?
I feel like something is different. I don't like it at all. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Like, how many interactions should you have face to face with your boss on a weekly basis? Like, go out of your way to have.
Like you're going to seek him out.
because that's what you did.
Yeah, I did.
And
it was a social setting. No, it wasn't like I was like standing at his doorway.
Oh, good to see you. And look, here's the thing. I guess by interpretation from his end, he might have thought I did the same exact thing, even though I wasn't directly trying to talk to him. Here's the other thing, too. So as a Christmas gift, very nice, our boss bought us T-shirts and winter hats.
Oh, yeah.
With our company name on.
Where are they?
They're upstairs. I got mine yesterday.
You just go there and grab it?
Yeah.
All right, grab a couple.
Got size couple. No, it's one for everybody.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
You're not even gonna wear it.
I know.
I'll bring it home to the missus.
The missus. Why are you supposed to wear that? Hey, look, it's a company I'm about to get fired from. So like I got the T-shirt and the hat.
Yeah.
And then like he was sitting in his office, so I went to like poke my head in to say like, hey, thanks for the hat.
Oh, wait,
and
so you
T-shirt.
poked your head in the office.
So here it was the worst.
So you're a poker.
Oh, bro, it's
So you made boss penetration.
it's even worse than that. Because I didn't realize his door's open.
Yeah.
But he's on the phone.
Oh, no.
And I didn't realize he was on the phone. So I see he's on the phone. I go to get out, and he makes eye contact with me. And I'm like, oh, and I just ran away.
Oh.
So it looked like I was just staring in his
Yes.
office
Yeah.
while
What
he
are you
was on the
doing?
phone. So I feel
You
like
making money?
we, as a show, only live on two extremes now.
What's that?
We don't have any interaction with the boss,
Yeah.
which was most of the bosses, every boss we've ever had.
Yeah.
And now this guy might think we're following him around.
Oh.
Because I also hung out with him at a Bills game.
Oh, yeah.
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 Couple times, right?
Well, one time.
What's
One
that?
time.
One time.
So far.
One time. Yeah.
He might also feel like you're making up for it because you were dying at the Bills game.
I was dying at that Bills
So
Oh, yeah, you were like
I feel like
violently ill.
game, yeah. I had the
it could look like, well, I wasn't sick. I was fine. I was fine. I'm good.
You don't make me sick, sir.
You're good, right? We're good.
I make myself sick. I hate me. I love you.
So there's something else we need to consider here.
What's that?
Again, 252 WCMF 252-9263. Yesterday there was a welcome pizza party for a new employee of ours. Big Boss Man was there. Our new Big Boss Man. He's been here like 8 months. And Tommy, for the first time ever, I've been around here 20 years, never seen him do this. He went out of his way to sit down and get FaceTime with the boss.
Yeah, not even just the boss. Like you were mingling with other coworkers.
Yeah.
Unique.
Multiple Kimmy coworkers that have worked here for a while also noticed what Tommy did.
They were alarmed.
After Tommy left, came up to discuss what happened with him.
Really?
I swear to God.
I only talked to a couple people.
No. I know. They watched you talk to the boss.
Oh, that.
And I had 3 separate coworkers after you left come up to me and be like, what was that? And I was like, I don't know. But like they're aware of it now too.
Oh. Like bad or good?
I don't know. I don't know.
What do they care?
Well, maybe they think you're trying to make some kind of move.
Ooh, yeah, maybe so. Maybe so.
What move you could? What?
The old silver fox on
Wait.
the prowl.
All right, let's stop the. Let's stop the.
The Gray Panthers are out, baby.
What move could you make?
Stick around, buddy.
No, like what are you going to get a
Stick
promote?
around.
You're going to be in management all of a sudden?
Big things are gonna happen. You're gonna see a lot. The oil's gonna flow. The ratings are skyrocket. Big, beautiful ratings.
Program director Tommy. Like you couldn't be management.
No.
Ever.
That's the only place where you can go from this spot. Put you in charge of people.
Maybe they'll find a little something for me.
Well,
like a title.
You should tell them that you did 3 separate times get promoted to boss while you worked for Winn-Dixie.
I did.
Yeah.
I also was a board op, I had my own Sunday show. So did Joe T.
The board has changed
B&T.
5 times.
It's changed since
you've
I've
had
been here, yeah.
Well, remember them old boards. Old board school.
Give me one of them old boards there. We got more Instagram messages coming in. Duffy and WCMF, easiest way to get us. Dom writes, Tommy's just worried because he knows that he is the crypt keeper in the room and his time is limited. Ooh. Tommy is kissing ass to buy himself more time on the job. Thoughts?
It can't hurt.
It's funny because I would think I would think with the dynamic in this room and like the time on the job, like you would be telling us that we need FaceTime with the boss, not the other way around.
Oh, like I would
You know
be.
what you got? Here's what you got to do. You got to go. You got to shake hands.
But you
every
would
time the
hate it if
boss
I
here.
did that. You would hate it.
I would, but it's weird.
But you want it.
You're the only old guy I've ever worked with that hasn't like tried to give me a pep talk on something like that. Or told me how to do my job.
But that's good.
That is good. You're right, and
Yeah.
it's refreshing that he doesn't.
It is.
Do that.
It is.
Yeah. Because I don't care.
And you don't know how
really what
anything
you
works.
do.
I was gonna say you'd have to know how things work in order to do that.
Like I don't have a desk.
Nope.
I have no cubicle.
No computer.
I have no computer.
He's the only person in this building that was
I
not
think I may
assigned a
be the
laptop.
only person in radio that doesn't have
It's
a computer while
possible.
they're on the air.
It is possible.
No, period. Because did they give you a laptop?
No.
Okay.
Ever. I've never sat in front of any kind of electronics while I've done this show. And 30 years of doing this.
No, I'm just glad that this guy is easy to talk to, and we all have stuff in common with him. Because I don't even know what conversation you'd be having with him if you didn't have that. Like I would love to see you try.
Well, him
to
and I are around the same age.
Understood.
Yeah.
By the way, that's a terrible thing to say about him.
Right. He's a good-looking guy.
Yeah. Calm down over there. Now it's a sexual harassment case. HR's on the phone. No, I'm saying if you didn't have the age in common, it seems like you guys have the same sense of humor.
Yeah.
Like you would have to force a conversation.
Yeah, true.
And I've never I wouldn't know how you would be able to handle.
Oh, I'm not good at it. Like forced conversation? I'm terrible at it.
Yeah.
Like right now.
Kimmy, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Is it harder or easier for a woman to have a female boss?
To have a female boss?
Well, 'cause,
I always found it to be a little bit easier. I think only because sometimes if I have most of the male bosses I've had have felt like they can't talk the way they want to talk in front of me. You know what I mean? Like they'll come in here, they'll apologize for saying something kind of controversial or it makes me feel uncomfortable when I think they're uncomfortable.
Gotcha.
Whereas a female boss, I've never sensed that.
So she would talk to you more directly.
Yeah. Yeah.
She come marching down here.
Yeah.
Bitch, what you thinking?
Well, no, because you obviously, even though you never admit it, were uncomfortable having a female boss that was younger than you.
Super. Weren't you?
No.
I mean, especially when crap was going down, we had to go to some of those meetings when we were in trouble.
When you were in trouble,
Well,
we had to come
that
with
was
you.
I think it was a group effort. But because you couldn't, You had to weigh your words. You had to walk on eggshells.
I do that with bosses, period.
Yeah, most people do.
No, but it's different with a guy than a chick boss.
Look, I'm telling
That's
you,
what you
man,
think.
I've never felt that way.
Man, you got to watch how you talk to boss boobies. What?
Is that because
It's
you're
a-
scared?
A boss
I think
boobies?
I think you're scared of the female boss. That's what's
Oh, I
happening.
am.
No, it's
No,
not
I
scary.
am.
It's
Yeah.
intimidating. He's
Yeah.
intimidated
I'm afraid
by
of
women
women
with power.
in general.
Okay.
I'm afraid of my wife. I'm afraid of my ex-wives. I've been assaulted by women. I was killed by
But
a
you've
woman.
also offended male coworkers, so it's
But
weird
it's
that you're not
different.
afraid to do that to a boss,
Oh,
a male boss.
I've had people follow me home, threaten me. None of those dudes scare me as much as the chicks.
But like Kimmy, it goes a step further than something you just said.
What's that?
Like there are women in this building who we're good friends with, who Tommy will just be himself in front
Yeah.
of. They have no problem
yeah.
walking in this room, taking the stuff that he says, giving it
Yep.
right back to him. It's the guys that we work with that are too intimidated to walk in the
Yep.
door. Yet you're intimidated
Yeah, if
by the
you-
women in power,
yeah.
which doesn't make any sense.
I don't know.
I don't get it, man.
I don't either.
I think you
it's the
could-
way out. Maybe it was my generation.
I think you can.
Because
Make,
I never had lady bosses before. It was all dudes. I mean, the chicks were like, just regular workers. There was no boss ladies around.
I'm just thinking of like the women currently in the building. Like you could make fun of any of their outfits, and they would probably laugh it off and not think twice about it because it's coming from you. Any dude in the building currently, if you said mentioned anything about what they were wearing or the way they looked, they would come in dressed differently the next day.
You know why?
What is that?
Bunch of soft boys. Soft boys. What little soft boys. Building a soft boys.
We have a dynamite. Go get some FaceTime with the boss. Got a breaker for you this morning here on CMF. It's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Hey, time, buddy.
That's right. Hey, Mallory coming at you. We had a story 2 weeks ago, right before we went on vacation. Look, it seems more today than ever before. Parents are having problems with their kids' teachers.
Yeah.
And in an effort to keep things from boiling over, we found an article that explained what to do if you and your kid's teacher do not get along. It was a couple of tips to kind of keep things just moving smoothly.
All right.
You laughed at a lot of. I know you don't remember. I'll remind you when we get to 8 o'clock.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. You're just thinking about new things you're going to say to the boss. I understand you're a little distracted. One man heard that. He remembered everything, and he wrote us a letter.
So he's upset.
Well, he says that these tips do nothing.
Oh.
That there are two things, and only two things you can do if you don't get along with your kid's teacher for the sake of your child. And they're both pretty extreme. We'll get into it. Just after 8 o'clock, hate mail of the week here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tom.
Yeah, buddy.
A lot of news coming from a stadium that will most likely never be used again.
Wait, what stadium is that?
Well, that would be Highmark Stadium.
Oh.
First of all, there is some controversy involving a giveaway that went down at the stadium on Sunday. A lot of people are very,
Well,
very...
anytime you do this, somebody's ass is going to get in a knot. Every time.
Some folks seem to think this thing is worth a hell of a lot more than it actually
Man,
is.
it ain't, man. You can't hand out that many and think, well, this is rare.
Oh, we'll tell you about that. And getting ready for this new stadium, there is word that the first event ever inside New Highmark Stadium will not be a Bills game.
What?
And that has some people a little upset as well.
Wait, but it's like a ticketed event?
We'll tell you all about it. And we'll do it next here in the break room on CMF. The road to hell paved with the best intentions, Tommy.
You should write that down. That's a good one, buddy.
Well, look, the Buffalo Bills went out of their way to ensure that every single person that paid for a ticket for that final game would have this keepsake to go
and
home.
never do this.
Okay.
Never
Well,
do it because
I'm-
somebody gets pissed.
I'm happy they did because I got mine.
Of course you. Yeah, you got yours.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45 with the new year. There are some new restaurants opening in the greater Rochester.
Oh, really?
And there was one restaurant in particular who a listener reached out to us about
Yeah.
because it's a restaurant he wanted to check out based on a website about them that he saw. But there was something about the pictures of their food on their website that has now turned him off completely.
What's wrong with the food?
This is starting to happen more often.
He didn't like the picture of the food?
Your mic's off, Kimmy. But yes.
Oh.
And it's not what the food looked like. It's how they got the picture. I'll explain everything just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So again, unless something crazy happens over the next couple of weeks, there will never be another football game at the old Highmark Stadium.
Yeah.
So yesterday, there are stories about when the stadium is going to be demolished.
The actual taking her down.
You got it. They're shooting for March of 2026.
Big
Okay.
implosion.
Yeah, or they're not saying how
So
they're
that's
going to
pretty
do it.
quick then. A few months because they're gonna, obviously take everything out first and then
Yeah.
bye-bye.
Well, hopefully that thing's totally flat and it's a parking lot by opening day next year because the parking
I would
situation.
guess that's the goal, right?
I mean, it's been a nightmare,
Yeah.
Kimmy, the last 2 years,
Yeah.
right? But there is a problem,
What's the problem?
and it has to do with how things ended in the stadium on Sunday. The Buffalo Bills did an absolutely phenomenal job of saying goodbye to that
Oh,
stadium.
yeah, sending her off.
They
Yep.
brought back a whole bunch of Bills legends. They put together a whole bunch of fantastic stuff during the game, and they had 2 giveaways for absolutely everybody.
Okay.
When you walked through the gates, you were handed a towel that looked like a ticket for the final game, where you could write in your seat and say, like, I was there.
Yeah.
And they gave you a ceremonial final game coin from Highmark Stadium.
All right.
It had January 2025, a picture of the stadium, the Bills logo, and the Jets. And
Cool.
it is it's an homage to the coin that they gave away for the first game at Highmark Stadium.
That's
Oh.
cool.
Yeah, then Rich Stadium. In fact, I have one. Hold on.
Do you really?
Wait,
Of course
the
you do.
original one?
Yeah, one of our listeners sent it to me a couple years ago. I keep
So
it
that's
on my
back
desk.
from 72?
So this was, the new home of the
Oh,
Buffalo
that's got
Bills.
Nixon on it, right?
Inaugural
So that's an
game.
Or
original
Agnew.
coin? Like that's not a replica
No.
of the
Yeah.
Oh, that's
This
cool.
is
That's
the
the
one-
real deal
Look at
right
you.
there.
Thank you, listeners.
That's a real McCoy.
Yeah, Buffalo Bills versus Washington Redskins, August 17th, 1973.
Wow.
There it is. So I have the new coin and the old coin. But it turns out, even
Yeah.
though everybody that walked through the door was supposed to get this coin, not everybody did.
Damn it.
Oh no.
Several Bills fans kept going through where they were handing the coins out
Yeah.
and getting multiple coins.
What
Oh,
coin?
my dad was there.
They're coin pigs.
And then those coins immediately ended up on eBay.
Look at this.
Of course.
Right now, people on eBay
Now,
are
how low rent you gotta be, man? You gotta be. You gotta be so trash coin.
trash coins.
Trash coin. You would trash. You know what you are? You're token trash.
Right now,
That's a token. It's not really a coin.
well, look,
I mean, yeah, obviously, it's fake.
So there are it's not precious metal, but so there's a guy we work with here who got into the game later than he wanted to
Yeah.
on Sunday, who didn't get his coin, and he is very upset about this. He wanted the coin. I get it.
I don't know who's sadder, the guy that grabs too many coins
Yeah.
or the guy that gets
Well,
shorted a coin.
I think it's more sad to grab too many because you're
I
just
agree.
doing it for a reason.
But you're
But I also
grown-ass
get being
man.
upset, not
God,
getting one
gimme.
because you didn't get one because other people were greedy.
Yes.
That's what you're upset
All right.
about.
Well, and it's what they're doing with the coins. So
Yeah,
it's-
they're trying to turn a profit on it, like Flutie Flakes.
within minutes of the gates opening,
Yeah.
the extra coins
Wait.
already started showing up on eBay.
yeah.
The game had just started.
No, the game hadn't even started yet. It was at 2 hours
People
before
are on their
kickoff.
phones.
Yes,
Kidding.
they took a picture while
All right.
standing in line to get back into the stadium.
Sad.
As we speak, people are trying to sell these coins on eBay for between $150 and $250.
Good luck,
Damn.
man.
And I don't know what they
So let's say
sold
you got
for.
like 5 coins. They go for a minimum $100 a piece.
I don't think people.
You ain't getting that. They handed out 60,000 coins.
73,000.
So you think that coin's worth how much?
So people they're
200?
asking $150 to $250.
Well, man, that's obscene.
I would love to know what the most expensive coin sold for, because Kimmy, I can't imagine someone spending that much money on
20
it.
I don't know
bucks.
if you really wanted one and you didn't get your hands on one.
Okay, if you went to the game
Yeah.
and didn't get a coin, I would understand spending that kind of money to get.
Oh,
the
I think
coin.
there are people that didn't go to the game that still want the coin.
But why would
no?
you want the coin? You weren't at the game.
Just to have
This
it
is
as a
how I
collectible
would-
thing?
yeah.
I mean, you have that and you didn't go.
Yeah, but I wouldn't have spent $200. This was sent nicely by a listener.
Yeah.
Like I'm not going to spend money on this.
You wouldn't?
$5. No, I'm not spending $200 on a coin for a game that I didn't go to.
Right.
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense.
I agree.
Oh, but here's the thing, man. You're also Mr. Capitalism, right? And you make money anywhere you
Oh,
can.
listen, if you're stupid enough to spend $200 on a fake coin, you're an idiot.
Well, no, but those.
I'll laugh at you.
But wait a minute. You just said those people that took
Yeah,
the extra
I
coins
know,
are dicks, but
I
they have
know.
the potential to make $150, $250.
They are dicks, and I support their right to be dicks.
Okay, you just did the trash voice for them.
But they are trash.
Oh my God.
I support trash. Listen, you have a right to be trash. And you have a right to be chintzy.
What site are you on here?
America's side.
What does that even mean?
America.
What does that mean?
We're a melting pot of chintzes and schlocks and trash and schlubs.
No, I mean, look, I think what was really pissing off Bills fans, anybody that has gone to Bills games over the last 50 years knows this. They are notoriously bad for stadium giveaways.
Yeah.
They never give away anything good. Anything they gave out was crap.
Sometimes you don't even know what it is.
A
Like,
Wowie.
yeah, like I was like, what do I do with this? I don't know.
So, like the coin, it's a really well-made little piece.
It's a
of
quality
memorabilia.
piece of coin.
Look, I'm telling you, man.
Yeah,
I
it's a special thing.
I was shocked with how good this
Yeah.
thing was. In fact, last night, because I hadn't seen my wife since the game, because I was so super whatever. I took it out and I showed her the coin and I broke it down for her.
Wow.
And it comes
Every wife's dream come true. Our day of work being a doctor, so my son and my little man child could show me his shiny coin.
I got this for free.
Some guy didn't get
It's
any.
like gold.
It's really cool. Now I'm going to take this coin and the other coin. I'm going to make a little display. I'm going to hang it in my man
That's
cave.
going to be so nice.
It's.
man.
I'm very excited
Wow.
about it. But that's not the only thing that is bothering Bills fans about stadiums. This
So what else?
All right, so now we move across the street, unless there is an AFC Championship game in Buffalo,
Yeah.
to the new Highmark Stadium.
Yeah.
And we have been following the story of this stadium and how there have been some delays due to a crane accident. 3 weeks ago, there was a fire at the stadium.
Fire.
Although they said that wasn't going to delay any of the opening.
Yeah.
Now, best case scenario, even with everything going to plan, the stadium was not going to be, according to the Bills, completely finished until December of 2026. They would be able to open the stadium and play games, but they said that some cosmetic things inside the stadium would not be finished.
Maybe I have some flooring or a seat.
Well, there is word now
What?
of an event that is really bothering Bills.
Why? This is before the Bills take the field.
It is believed that the first event in this new stadium will not be a Bills football game, but some kind of concert event to work the kinks out before they let fans in.
Oh, but not like a
Okay.
major concert.
I don't know. I
'Cause
would have
who
to
would
be-
take that gig knowing that everything is not functioning correctly?
But like with a $2 billion stadium, it would have to be a major concert to
Yeah.
make it worth it. What are you
Right.
going to
Were you going to invite the Stones in to work out the kinks? You'd hire the kinks.
do? To work out the Stones? No, well, you're not going to hire the Sky Coasters. It would have to be like no
All right,
offense to Sky
so
Coasters.
no, but it had to be
like-
a summer touring major band.
I would think so because
But
even
it had to be a lower band.
I don't know though because even
'Cause you can't put Billy Joel in there and say, "Hey, man, some of the sound might be a little glitchy."
maybe I don't know. He's going to make the same amount of money whether the
Well,
sound.
then you're going to have a really angry young man.
Because look, man, even at the old Highmark Stadium, which was not made well for concerts, only
Yeah.
the cream of the crop.
Oh yeah, they got the Who, the Stones, right?
Billy Joel, like, Dave
Yeah.
Matthews filled that place up a couple of times. Like, you didn't get schlubs in that stadium.
Yeah.
I would imagine with this newer one that the.
So you think we're going to get somebody big?
I don't know. I guess it would all depend on
Who,
who's.
McCartney? Or he's already.
I think he wasn't he there before? Or
He
no,
has-
he was at the Harbor or the KeyBank Center.
He has played that stadium.
Has he?
I think.
I think you're right.
Oh, Rich?
McCartney, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
But, like, most of the summer tours have already
Are
been
all-
announced.
Yeah, they're all major.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't know who that concert would be. Now, keep in mind,
Some of the country shows.
Ooh,
The-
forgot about the country shows.
the Pagulas own a country record
Yeah.
label. Do they have Kelsey Ballerini? Is she still
Wait, they
super
own.
popular?
Jesus, how
Well,
much money
she
these
was
people
just.
got?
I think she wasn't at. She was at the KeyBank Center not that long
Okay.
ago, so I don't know if.
She's huge.
Well, if she was just at the KeyBank Center, they're not going to.
Was it George Strait who played like 2 shows
George
there?
Strait and Chris Stapleton. Does that sound
Is
right?
that- yeah, I think so.
They,
I think they did 2 shows there, if I'm not mistaken.
so I think the Pagulas have another major country name. Could you Google that for me? I think it's called. Is it Big Machine? No, that's not them.
Big machine.
It doesn't matter. The bottom line is,
Yeah.
if they,
So why are people pissed that they're having a concert?
they
there?
think that the thing that should open up this stadium is a Bills game.
It's not a church, man.
It is a football church. It's a football church. You go there on Sunday, you worship Josh Allen, you go home. They have candles with him like a
Really?
saint.
I didn't know that.
I own one. It's in my basement. I mean, it does feel a little weird that after all of this build-up and the money and all the emotion of closing the stadium, that the first event in the new stadium
Wait,
won't be a football
why
game.
wouldn't they host some preseason games in it?
So that's the other question. That is possible because this coin,
yeah.
it says the game was August 17th, 1979. That wouldn't have been a regular season game. That would have been a
72,
preseason game.
you said.
Or Sunday 73, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This would have been a preseason game.
Oh, okay. So you could have the preseason.
But then if you have the preseason, you kind of blow up the whole buy your ticket for opening day. The NFL.
So what are they going to do preseason? The other stadium's gone.
The NFL only plays 3 preseason games now.
Yeah.
In fact, there are teams that'll just play 2. So it's possible the Bills could negotiate that they play all preseason games on the road.
So to have the big Whopper opener, bada ding, bada boom.
Bada ding.
I don't know how
Bada
you
bing,
put that
bada
on
boom.
the side. Whopper opener, bada
Bada
ding.
bing, bada boom, baby.
Bada ding, 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 ding. It would feel weird to do a preseason game and then charge people a fortune for the opening game.
Well, it's a different atmosphere though, because
Yeah.
that counts, and you're going to have a lot more media there than for the opening day. You're going to get all the national media for a brand new stadium.
Look,
don't you think?
there are going to be 3 reasons why people are willing to spend a fortune to get into this first game. One of it will be I was there for the first game.
Right.
New coin.
New coin. Yeah, oh. Give me, but here's the thing. If you have a preseason game, you weren't there for the first game. That was a
Yeah.
preseason game. The second is to get a glimpse of what it looks like on
Sure.
the inside. If you have a preseason game, you're not going to have that first view.
I wouldn't think they want to get people in there again for those glitches of getting the crowd in and all that stuff and parking and everything.
I'm kind of hoping the first event is opening day for the Bills next year.
And no football before that.
It's selfish, though, because I want to be one of the first people in the stadium.
And I would think that game would be a marquee game. It either had to be a 4:00 game or a night game.
It's going to be prime time. Has to
Do you
be.
think it'd be like Monday night
Has
again?
to be. Yeah, because the Bills have a ton of prime time teams coming.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, like their
Wait,
schedule.
next year?
Yeah, could you pull up?
Wait, they already got that out?
Well,
Yeah, well, they don't.
we don't know the dates.
The dates, but we
yeah.
know who the opponents are.
Oh.
While Kimmy's looking at that, 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Mark. Hey, Mark, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
Hey, I think you are overthinking the concert deal. All right, it's going to be. Here's my guess.
All right,
The
Mark.
Goo
What you
Goo
got,
Dolls.
Mark? All right. Goo Goo Dolls.
It's going to be the Goo Goo Dolls.
Goo Goo Dolls.
The Goo Goo Dolls, for sure. Local band. It doesn't matter who they put in there. They could bring in, the son of Frank Sinatra, and people are going
He's
to pay
dead.
$100.
No, they're going to bring his body out. No, bro.
Oh.
I mean, look, the Goo Goo Dolls.
Start spreading the ashes.
The Goo Goo Dolls are great and everything.
But they're not a stadium band.
They play Art Park, man. It's
Yeah.
like they're not
They
going to
played
fill that
smaller
stadium.
shows, Yeah.
But they're going to sell the tickets for people to view the stadium.
Got
Oh,
it.
so you think a discounted ticket, though?
Well, no, but that doesn't make sense because you're going to lose money on the first event.
Yeah, but you're not really doing it for that. You're doing it to see if
Yeah,
this-
no. If there's one thing billionaires love to do, it's
How much money does this guy need? He's got 7 country artists under his belt.
7 country artists. Mark, great call, buddy. Thanks for the call. You know who could be coming?
Like having $1 million in the bank.
Like, remember the Goo Goo Dolls? Who do?
What an insult to the Google Dolls, too.
Google
to your
Dolls?
point.
Google
The
Dolls.
Goo Goo Dolls?
Hey, man, things are really not working out. You want to come in here and just do your little show for us, see if it works?
Kimmy, who we got for home opponents next year?
Okay, so you got the Ravens,
Okay.
the Chiefs,
All right. So that's 2 headliners right there.
Detroit,
Okay.
Chicago,
Bang.
The Chargers,
Bang.
and then obviously the usual.
Patriots.
Yeah, that's all
Lineups.
playoff teams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no.
Yeah, the
Ravens,
Chargers are in.
Okay, but the Ravens aren't. The
Yeah.
Chiefs aren't. The Lions aren't. First 3 were
Oh.
playoff teams. I know they're traditional powers,
Yeah.
and they're all probably going to rebound.
Mhm.
But I could see, based on what happens in the playoffs, a Bills Patriots opening night prime time in the new stadium.
Damn.
I think that's your.
that would be huge, man.
All right, so we sit and we wait and we pay for coins that we didn't get in the front gate.
I hope everybody gets their coin wish.
Let's take a break. An interesting ethical dilemma.
What happened?
Well, with the new year comes new restaurants that open up across
Yeah.
the greater Rochester area. And we talk about restaurants on this show all the time.
We're a big food town.
We have a reputation, Tom.
Yeah.
So much so that I get people writing me on Instagram all the time, asking me about or showing me new restaurants.
Were they fooding?
One gentleman reached out to me while we were on break, and he said, "Have you seen this?" And he sends me a picture of a website.
Yeah.
And he said, "I was excited about going to this brand new restaurant, but I'm not anymore, based on what the pictures of the food look like."
He didn't. Wait. How could it be that bad?
Well, here's the thing. The pictures of the food aren't actual pictures of food.
What are they pictures of?
I'll explain everything. Next, in the break room, CMF. lot of talk in this break room this week about technology.
Yeah.
We talked yesterday about facial recognition, the grocery store.
Oh, sure.
But a new kind of AI is affecting the way people are eating in the greater Rochester.
Really?
You can make the argument, this is the wave of the future, nothing we can do.
Yeah.
You can also make the argument, this is a massive turnoff if you were going to want to eat at a place like this. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock this morning. Let's talk about the word poor.
Poor?
Because poor is an insult.
Well, you've been po.
I've been po, you've been po.
But you was raised po. You came out your mama po. And you've been struggling ever since.
Poor is an insult. You don't want to be called
No,
poor by
it's- yeah,
somebody else.
yeah.
But at the same time, folks love to say that they are poor.
Yeah, it is weird how we have a.
It's like I can say that about myself, but you can't say it.
I insist I am this way, but if
Yeah.
you say it about me,
Yeah.
how dare you?
It's an insult.
We have the official number in New York State
Oh.
that makes you poor.
Oh, like a monetary
An
number.
actual monetary number.
What's in your pocket?
You
okay.
got it. And all of those folks that think they are really struggling right now, whether or not you are struggling, you may not be as poor as you think you are.
This is good.
I don't know if it is. We'll get to it.
All right.
Just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. The new year, Tommy, has brought new restaurants across the greater Rochester.
So what are we getting?
Well, so a message from a listener noticed something interesting about a place that has just opened up here in our town. And I don't want to say the name of the joint. You'll find out why in a second. But Brad shared with us this website on Instagram.
Yeah.
And he said he was excited to go to this place, but then he looked at the pictures of the food that they were selling and decided he didn't want to go.
So they didn't look appealing?
No, they look very appealing. But all of the pictures of the food that they
Yeah.
have on the menu at this restaurant on their website are AI generated.
So they're fake.
Fake pictures of food.
Yeah.
All right.
So it's probably like the best that type of food can look.
Kimmy, they look immaculate.
But I thought, but like when you go to like a chain restaurant and they had their the photos of their food on those menus, they did the same thing. They staged that food.
Sometimes it's not. It's like
It's not
butter,
e-
right?
Yeah,
Sometimes
like
it's
they
like ice
glued
cream isn't
things
actually ice
together.
cream.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same thing if you went to
It is
a major
fake,
chain.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're arguing that the fake photo shoots are just as bad as the AI.
What does he think's gonna happen, man? A dirty shoe's gonna show up on his
No.
plate?
I don't think that's his concern. I think his concern is he feels like he's being lied to because this isn't
Get
even.
used to it. It's called advertising, man. What do you think? You're gonna open up that Coors and a bullet train full of chicks in bikinis are gonna show up? You moron.
Yeah, I mean, I've never
Are
been.
you
to
gonna
a
take that Doug Flutie pill and you're gonna get 2 chicks at the Puttin Green?
Hey, Kimmy, write it down. 1% or Tommy's bag. If you fall for my lies,
Yeah, but
it's
think
your
about
fault,
it
man.
though. I mean, to
Buyer
this
beware,
point,
baby.
I've never been to like a fast food restaurant where I was like, yeah, that's what that burger's
Perfect.
gonna look
yeah.
like.
Yeah, McDonald's, all those things, man. That's the steaming Whopper that
Yeah.
shows up on your plate from
Nice
Burger King.
fluffy bun.
All of these things you are saying are
Yeah.
true. However, I will say this, and the
What's
phone
that?
number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. The biggest bitch about those fast food restaurants is the food that I get does not look like the food that
Yeah.
you advertise, and there are people that will not go there because of the deceptive advertising.
All right.
And there have been lawsuits that you've laughed at because of the deceptive advertising. Is AI-generated food not deceptive advertising?
No, I don't think so at all.
Okay. It's not even real food. It's not a real thing. It does not exist.
They're
It
not
is-
promising you what you're seeing on the TV. They're not saying this is what it actually looks like and this is what you're going to get.
There's usually the fine print at the
Yeah,
bottom.
they're just showing you an image of food.
Do you hear what you just said? They're not showing you what you eat. They're showing you an image of food. You're an idiot for thinking that's what you're going to get
It's the
when they
same-
show you that's what it is.
It's the same way when they show you like an amusement park, right? And all the families are smiling, everybody's
Yeah.
good looking, and the kids aren't getting smacked around because they don't listen to their parents. I mean, it's
not even close to
You're
the
not
same
selling
thing.
all
new
the
people.
It's or when you see those cruises where everybody's good looking. Like them people ain't on that cruise, man.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I mean, look, Brad was so bothered by this, he felt he needed to reach out. He wanted us to discuss this.
He's a little naive.
Does how food looks, whether it's in a picture or in front of your face, affect whether or not you want to eat at a restaurant? Because, look, I will agree with this. Historically, how our food looks in Rochester has not mattered much to us. The garbage plate does not look appealing.
No.
We're also big on Italian food. It is amazing, but half of the Italian food entrees just looks like slop on a plate, right?
Well, and they went out of business.
But it does feel, Kimmy, like the social media world has changed how food has to look when it comes out of kitchens.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that keeps restaurants honest because anybody can post what's in front of them. So yeah, if one person gets a meal that doesn't quite look up to par, I guess, like that, then everybody could see it.
And I mean, Kimmy, like there was that saying a couple years ago. Was it camera eats first? Where like people would take pictures of their food and post it on social media, right? Like I have been to some local restaurants where like it comes out in like a borderline presentation and it's totally pointless, but it only exists for those people on Instagram that are going to take a picture and share it.
At the same time, like I have gone to places because of the way the food looks on social media. Like that's usually how I discover a restaurant for the first time.
But you just agree with Tommy that it doesn't matter what food looks like, you're going to go eat there anyway.
Well, no, but I'm saying, but like the food in an advertisement or the food that's purposely put out by that restaurant, I question. But if it's like a bunch of people that have eaten there and I could scroll through all these pictures and reviews, I might be a little bit more likely to believe that because it's a personal experience.
You just don't eat food. That's why you have no problem.
No, but I was thinking, like, we all got on the Blackstone craze a couple of years ago, right?
Yeah.
And it was all based on those ads. Like, you saw those preparing those fabulous meals on those Blackstones.
Yeah.
That's what sold me on it. Like, I never made that stuff, and the stuff I'm making ain't going to look like that. But
Speak
the image of you making that fabulous food like that or feeding a family of 10 breakfasts, on a Saturday morning with pancakes and sausage, this and that. Yeah, you buy into it.
252 WCMF. Guy named Brad writes us while we're on vacation. It's a brand new restaurant that just opened here in Rochester, and it looks good. I had heard of this place. I was going to go check it out. Brad was going to do the same thing. But he sends me a picture of their website, and all the pictures of their food on their website, part of their menu, are AI generated. They are just made by a computer. They did not cook these things. They did not stage them. They did not do a photo shoot. They used AI, and this has bothered Brad so much that he says he is not going to go to this restaurant. Tommy says, buyer beware, even though they're straight up lying to you. There are some types of food that really go out of their way to present it well before you eat it.
What's that?
Chinese food, when you get Chinese food, never looks appealing. It's always just a big bunch of slop.
It's as much as you can get in like one container.
You got it. But Kimmy, they sure as hell make the pictures on the big sign above look amazing.
Or on the menu,
Oh, yeah. Well, it's all like arranged on a plate, and it's, you're not,
Can I ask a serious sidebar question?
But you know what you're getting when you're getting Chinese food.
I understand, but even the Chinese understand, like, I have to make this look good for people to want it.
I guess.
Is there one company that took 100 pictures of Chinese food dishes in the 1970s?
They all look very similar.
And they just sold them to all restaurants?
The menus.
Yeah, because there's always a cigarette in the background.
No, like when you walk in and they have the pictures above, right? They're all the same picture, right?
Yes.
That's not my imagination.
The one thing I like about Chinese restaurants is they also have pictures of the cocktails they'll make you because they always have those exotic Dr. Chan or, exotic, kind of Polynesian drinks and stuff like that. They come in either like a coconut or a skull. One of those things, or a tiki torch.
The pictures are all also from like 1995.
I think they're from like 1972.
But Red Lobster used to do this with all their food. So Red Lobster had all those pictures, all that seafood and their cocktails and all that stuff. But those are all staged photos that they probably did at a studio somewhere.
They were all lying, man. It's all a big lie.
No, they always poured you a good drink at Red Lobster.
You know who's always really good at staging their food was Friendly's.
Oh, you're right.
They always had like the display cases of food. And obviously it wasn't real, but like it did make your mouth water.
Well, look, we've talked about this on the show before. Starbucks goes out of their way to make those breakfast sandwiches every morning.
And they're displayed.
I thought they were fake, but it turns out they're actual real sandwiches. I don't know. It seems to me it's a stupid thing to even take pictures of your food, whether it's real, whether it's AI, and put it on the website. My imagination of what it looks like just reading a description is always going to be better.
A little theater of the mind.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. Okay.
But there is sometimes something that's on the menu that I'm not really sure what it is or what it's going to look like, especially when it comes to like portion sizes. So I do sometimes appreciate the picture that goes along with it.
No, okay. You're right. I will probably be disappointed when I get there because I have a bigger portion size and a better look in my head, but they're going to get me in the door at least once.
Right.
Have you ever gone to a restaurant, maybe you're on vacation, where the menu is not in your language?
Yes.
And you're too embarrassed to ask for an English menu. And that's how I got introduced to liver and eggs.
Was that good? It sounds like
it was delicious, but I would have never ordered it. It was liver, bacon, and eggs. I just saw. I think that's a word for egg. So let's just go with that. It was fantastic.
But maybe that's a good way to live, like mysterious.
In the blind.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I love liver.
There you go. All right. So just a heads up, if it is something that bothers you, take an extra hard look at the pictures on the website to make sure that they are actual.
Question your food.
Now you make me sound like a crazy person.
You kind of do.
Why?
Man.
Because I don't want a computer faking pictures of
You're
what I'm
not
supposed
gonna.
to be
You
eating.
just eat your goddamn lunch.
Well, it's hard to go out and spend money on lunch these days, Tommy.
Why's that?
Well, everything costs more.
Everybody's broke.
Everybody is broke.
Well, you got no money.
Poor is a funny word because poor is subjective, right? There are people that make six figures that consider themselves poor.
Yeah.
There are people that make $15,000 a year where if you called them poor, they'd be ready to fist fight. But we have in front of us the official number in New York State that puts you at poor.
You are po.
You are at the poverty line. And there are a lot of people who consider themselves poor that are about to find out they may have it way better than they thought they did. And we'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. This discussion might make some people angry.
What's the matter?
Because, Tommy, the word poor is normally subjective.
Okay.
Right? Except with the numbers that we have in front of us. And being called poor is it's a weird thing because it's used most of the time as an insult.
Yeah.
If I were to call you poor, I don't
Yeah.
mean it as a compliment. But at the same time, very few people, no matter how much money they make, consider themselves rich.
Yeah, they're embarrassed to be rich.
They'll say, well, no, you don't understand.
I worked hard. I came up poor.
Well, there
Yeah.
are some folks who think they have it hard
All right.
and are about to find out that they are not nearly as poor as what poor actually is in New York State. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30, I think you can make the argument, Kimmy, this is the most illegal thing that everybody in the greater Rochester area does.
Illegal.
Yes, because it turns out if you don't take this extra 5 minutes some mornings in the wintertime, you are breaking the law.
But we don't know by how much. We need some more details, I think.
That is exactly what a lawbreaker would
There's a
say.
gray area there.
It's more of a white area.
Yeah.
We'll get to it just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy,
Hey, buddy.
in front of us, I have the annual income that makes you poor in the state of
I
New
guess
York.
there's no doubt about it. You busted.
Okay, that's not no. You're being a dick. It's not me being a dick. This is the poverty line.
Oh, probably. All right.
And this is what would qualify you for some benefits in the state of New
All
York.
right. So is this an annual salary?
You got it. So, Tommy, for an individual, one single person, do you want to guess the maximum amount of money you can make before you are over the poverty line?
I'll take a shot at 25,000.
25,000. Kimmy, you want to take a shot?
The amount you can make where you're over the poverty line?
This is the last amount of money you can make before you're
30.
over the $30,000 as
Yeah.
a single person.
Yeah.
Okay. The number
How low can we go?
that puts you at the poverty line in New York State is a single person.
Yeah.
15,650.
15.
You know what? I was thinking that actually.
How you living?
You ain't.
Yeah.
If you make more as a single person than $15,650
You're doing
a year,
fine.
technically you are not in poverty in New York State.
Right.
We also have the numbers for a family of 4. 4 people in the house. You are not considered in poverty unless you make how much, Tommy?
I'll say 50.
$50,000 is the poverty line for Tommy. Kimmy, you want to take a shot?
This has got to be 30.
30
around 30.
32,150.
Yeah, that's what I
On
was
a family of
thinking.
4?
Yeah.
Man, good luck. Y'all going to be skinny.
Did you guess $50,000?
Yeah.
Did you guess $50,000 Pittsford?
Well, either way. Even
What's a
50
gallon of milk cost? $10?
Well, 50 grand for a family of 4 ain't going to go far after taxes and stuff.
Of course not.
No.
Even with tax, you'd say
Yeah.
you're not paying tax. $32,000.
It's a paycheck to paycheck lifestyle.
Kimmy, it's
Unless you
worse.
have a problem.
All right.
Right.
I want to ask you right now, and I
Yeah.
think we already have the number based on what you guessed. If I asked you, Tommy, in your head, what is the annual salary you can have where you look at someone as poor, the minimum, what would that number be?
Like if you told me, oh, so-and-so makes this amount.
Yeah, and they're poor. What would that number be?
I would say, I guess like around 30, 35.
30. Okay, now it's 35. Would it have been 35 before I told you these numbers?
No, but I would have been, I guess, I would have said 20.
Okay. Now, keep in mind,
Yeah.
the average American salary right now is between $55,000 and $60,000 a year.
That's per person.
Yes, but at the same time, there's a lot of rich people in America that bring that average up.
Yeah.
And we are in a weird time when it comes to this specific subject. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Because, Tommy, on one hand,
Yeah.
nobody wants to be called poor.
No, it's an insult.
You got
it. Means you lost.
Yes, yeah, you take it in a bad way. You're a failure.
Yes.
Unsuccessful. But at the same time, no one thinks they're rich,
No.
right? Being called wealthy can also be seen as just as insulting.
Yeah, that's shameful.
What do most people want to be known as right now?
I think everybody thinks they're somewhere right in the middle, right?
Middle
Even if
class?
you're- Even
no,
if you're
so
not.
both my brothers go, well, no, we're comfortable.
Comfortable is
Yeah.
the word, I think. Yeah.
Which house?
Yeah.
Which house you most comfortable in, bro? You know what I mean? But they don't, because my brother go, I worked hard. That's not what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
But you have bank.
Probably didn't work
But
hard
the-
either.
but
That's
the
a whole
thing
other
is-
thing.
I think the thing is, your brother probably also has friends that are
Yes.
more wealthy than he is.
Yes.
So then he probably knows people that don't make as much. So
Right.
he sees himself as that middle of the road guy.
And you're right. But here's the thing about that, Kimmy. Everybody knows someone that has more than them.
Yes.
Everybody
Yeah.
knows someone that has less of them.
Yeah.
But for some reason, we only tend to compare ourselves to the people that have more
Yeah.
than we do.
Because that's what you're striving for.
Exactly. We never measure against the people that don't have as
Broke
much.
Broke-ass Ted.
Okay?
Right?
Which is funny because the person that's above you that you're striving to be, that you're putting yourself on the same level, looks at you as broke-ass whoever you are.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, you busted.
But even that person above you doesn't look at themselves as wealthy. They're comfortable.
Yes.
They're comfortable.
The only person I ever knew that bragged about money was my father.
Well, I think that was a generational thing because back then people would do that.
Yeah. Well, I make a good, I'm a good provider. I make a good, comfortable, He always bragged about how big his cars were, the boats, the houses, all that stuff.
All right. So then at what point in history, 252 WCMF, 252-9263, did wealthy become a bad word?
It would have to be like that generation gap, like between like my dad and my brothers. You know what I mean?
So between
the 60s and 70s, maybe that kind of flipped.
I don't know, man, but the 80s were nothing but excess.
Yeah, and like you flaunted it. You're right.
Champagne wishes and caviar dreams.
Oh, that was such a good show.
And Kimmy, even when we were in high school, we were watching MTV Cribs and these teenage kids running around spending millions of dollars on these reality shows, the Kardashians and the Hiltons and who's Lionel Richie's daughter? You know who I'm talking about.
Nicole Richie.
Thank you. There you go. 252 WCMF. Again, we started this conversation with the revelation of what makes you poor in the state of New York. For an individual, if you make more than $15,650 a year, you are above the poverty line. If you are a family of four that makes more than $32,150 a year in New York State, you are above the poverty line. And keep in mind, the average American salary is between $55,000 and $60,000 a year. The other funny thing about this, the number you should be able to survive on annually also changes depending on who you are talking to. Because what you or your family makes is never enough.
Yeah, of course.
Right?
You're always chasing it.
Yeah, money comes in, bills show up. It's a constant dance to make things work.
Yeah.
But folks also tend to think that other people should be able to make it on a lower number than they have to.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, just using the number we discovered puts you over the poverty line. If you have a family of four that makes $35,000 a year, you're not poor, according to the definition by New York State.
No, you're on the country station.
But there is no way a couple with two kids or a single parent with three kids can make it on $35,000.
Especially as soon as you have a problem. Like, I understand, like, maybe you can exist until the hot water heater, the car needs brakes. You know what I mean?
I don't know, man. Like,
how would your kids participate in any activities?
No, but those. The argument would be those are extras. They don't need
that's what I mean.
Send them down to the park. When I was your age, I had a ball. I went down to the park and I played with that. But you bring up even like the emergency thing. I think it's even before the emergency. Let's break down. Let's say there's no taxes taken out. No taxes.
All right.
$35,000 a year. That's less than $1,000 a week.
Yeah.
What is the cheapest rent you can find?
Right, just keeping a roof over your head
with two bedrooms.
Well, you wouldn't want to live in that neighborhood.
But you're going to have to because you're making $35,000 a year with four people.
Well, then your new sport is running.
Like, I'm telling you, man, even without an emergency, I don't think you can survive with four people on $35,000. And what really F's the whole idea of what makes people poor and what makes people wealthy and what makes people middle class up. What you thought a lot of money was when you were growing up.
Yes.
Because it seems like whatever you saw as wealthy when you were 17 and 19 years old stays forever in your head.
Yeah, I have it locked in my head.
What is your number?
$52,000 because you made $1,000 a week.
Yeah.
And back in the day, man, you were fat with that salary.
I also think I wonder if, especially like people our age and younger, like the goal was to always like surpass your parents, or like have a better lifestyle than you had when you were a kid. And as that started to like not happen, now you're striving to live the same way your parents did and provided for you. Maybe that changes your idea of wealth.
I don't think
as you become an adult.
All right, let's talk about that. That is an interesting point because you're right. Every generation before us, on the whole, had it better than the people that came before them. Mm-hmm. And the millennial generation is the first.
Would feel lucky to have that.
Exactly. Does it change your definition of what wealthy is? Or do you feel like you are not doing as much as you should have done? And I'm asking that as a sincere question to people that are between the ages of 30 and 50 years old right now. Do you look at this and go, we were lied to? Or when you close your eyes at night and go to bed, do you feel like you may have not gotten to where you should be?
Well, I mean, but things change. I mean,
you're right.
It all changes.
You're right.
So to like look at my parents and how he could acquire wealth compared to like you and me, it's a completely different world.
I agree with you, but that doesn't change how you feel. about your kids not having what you had when you were younger, about not being able to take your family on the vacations you went on, about your kids seeing pictures of your dad taking you to, Disneyland in California.
How about just the fact that you probably couldn't afford to live in your childhood home?
Great point.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Could not do that.
Yeah.
Great point. I mean, look, going back to the whole idea of what you thought was wealthy when you were 17 and 19. Six-figure salary was huge.
Oh,
huge, right?
That was an executive.
Exactly. $100,000 a year. Right now, a low six-figure salary in the state of New York places you purely in the middle class.
So that's a single person making $100,000?
Yeah, family. Either a family of four or a single person. Well, no, a single person making $100,000 would be way over. But if you have a family,
your family of four, you have $100,000 between two incomes,
or you have someone staying at home, which is also becoming more common.
Yeah.
And look, when I saw that, I couldn't believe it either. Six figures coming into your house at a family of four puts you in the middle class.
Yeah. So you don't feel rich.
I mean, look, there are people listening right now that have six figures in some kind of way coming into their home with two kids. And they are not living some extravagant lifestyle.
No.
They could be living paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah.
And as I say that, there are people that make much less than that scoffing at the radio right now. It is the most bizarre time to be alive financially.
Well, we've always had this weird relationship with money and wealth in this country, to your point. Like there was a time that the wealthy people didn't flaunt their wealth. Like they hid it.
When was that?
Before social media, before television, before even like lifestyles of the rich and famous that you were making a joke about. Like back in the day, you didn't see wealthy people out and about showing off their wealth. It was very rare to know. Like that's why they used to call it the millionaire next door, because the guy was pretty frugal.
All right, now look, I wasn't there.
Yeah.
So far be it for me to tell you that I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I would also like to point out that you grew up the child of a millionaire.
Yes, I did.
In the 1970s.
Yes.
In multiple amazing neighborhoods in Florida, while going to private schools that were out of state.
Yeah.
So maybe
I was one of the good ones.
So maybe your perspective on people not flaunting wealth is a little bit off.
But if I showed you those houses of those rich guys today, you would not think a rich guy lived there. You wouldn't, because they just look like average houses. Like, did you ever go see Liberace's house in Las Vegas when you were there?
No.
It's small. It's small. Like, when I went to Graceland, I thought Graceland was going to be this big, sprawling estate.
Okay.
It's not. Like, even the wealthy back then didn't, like, there was very few opulent George Eastman-style homes back then.
Okay. Yeah,
hell, you could see huge homes in Webster.
I mean, again, I get where you're coming from. But then again, I went to Aquinas and Seneca Parkway, which had homes built for. Those are legitimate mansions up and down that street, and those weren't famous people. So forgive me for saying maybe again.
All right.
I mean, look, Liberace couldn't afford to live on Seneca Parkway, but some guys that worked at Kodak could.
You got to go see Liberace's house, man. It'll blow you away.
252 WCMF.
Best tour I ever took.
9263. Again, if you're just joining us, yesterday we found an article. It is the poverty line in New York State and what people think is poor versus what actually is defined as poor here. If you're a single person making more than $15,650 a year, you are not defined as in poverty in New York State. If you're in a family of four, either two parents, two kids, or single parent, three kids, making more than $32,150 a year, you are, by definition, not in poverty. So, Kimmy, coming back to that idea of giving your family what you had when you were a kid.
Trying to match that.
Yes. There is also now this weird dance that people are doing.
What's that?
Of trying to live the good life and give their families what they think they deserve based on past expectations.
Or you're going to tap yourself out.
At the risk of their financial security.
Yeah.
Vacation.
You want your kid to have the childhood
the good life.
At least the childhood you grew up with.
And here's the thing. A lot of people get criticized for doing that. I totally understand it. Because, you do have to live a little every once in a while.
Yeah.
Especially when there's
you only hear once, man.
And, there's also no promise that our kids are going to do better than we are doing right now. So it's not like, back in the 1940s and 50s where you have people coming to this country building new things like, I'm going to sacrifice everything I have so my child has the opportunity to move forward. I guess what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Can you share stuff like pictures of vacation or your boat that you have and still claim to be struggling financially?
No, of course not.
But there are people that do it.
Yeah, but you can't show me a boat. You can't show me a motorcycle.
Why?
You can't show me your trip to the Grand Canyon.
That is a trip that people...
And tell me you're struggling.
Okay, but you literally just said you only get one trip. Yeah. You have to live a little.
Yeah, but you're living high on a hog, man. And you literally have a hog parked in your driveway.
So just to be clear, just to make sure I understand. I just want to.
If you have a hot tub,
yeah.
you ain't poor.
There's lots of people that
there
are.
There are a lot of people trying to give away those old hot tubs.
Well, you could cook in that hot tub. You can make enough stew for a month. Stew.
Sound like a guy I used to know. Let's get a bag of apples. So you're saying live a little no matter how you're living.
Yeah.
But if you show me you're living
a little.
Just don't show it off.
No, go do what you want. But if you start whining, how tough it is out there, and you out drinking you're out date night Friday.
Yeah, I don't want to hear about gas prices if you have a boat.
Absolutely. If you own anything outside of your car and standard motorized crap, I don't want to hear it. That's absolutely right.
So what side are you on?
America's side.
No, that you can't you can't keep saying that.
Right.
Are you of the belief
Yeah.
that no matter how much money that you have coming in, you have to splurge every once in a while, even if it's at the expense of your financial security?
Yeah.
Or are you of the belief that if you are living paycheck to paycheck, you need to do that for the rest of your life and not have anything that is nice?
No.
You can't live both. You can't pick one.
All right, here's what I am
What are you
saying.
doing? What are you doing?
I am saying
You look like Liberace.
you can't be a brag at you're rich.
Okay.
But complain I got to give my adult kid $400 a month because they're coming up short.
Oh, that's a different discussion.
But I'm saying, like, you can't say you're rich, but then bitch you have to help other people out because I know you got it.
Mm-hmm.
You can't, and you also can't go, man. I'm struggling out there, and I'm holding a Starbucks coffee in my hand.
Oh my! That is the most boomer take I've ever heard.
You drink
that is the most
did they have
$7 cup
avocado
of
toast
coffee
to go along with it?
Unless you got some fabulous coworker that brings it to you on Friday
and bitches about it,
and
and
hands it to
bitches
you,
about it,
the golden
and
cup.
bitches about it. Literally at this time yesterday, you were bitching that you didn't have $400 to give Kimmy because you screwed up and gave the wrong
I gave her
envelope to
$400 already.
No, you gave the engineer an extra $400.
But you know what I'm saying. If you sit there, you were one of those culprits. You used to come in here broken and you'd have a tray of sushi in your hand.
Yeah, what?
He would come in here 7 o'clock in the morning eating fat ass flappy jean boy in here. He got 2 cents. He got a car that can go in reverse,
You
even
think he's
though
gonna get
his
rich
career was slammed
if he
in
stops
reverse.
eating sushi is what you're saying.
And that's just it, man. I am arguing for, even if you are living, hand to mouth, that every once in a while you have to go and live above and beyond. And you're the one going, no, even though you've lived your whole life hand to mouth, above and beyond, you stupid bitch.
Yeah, I stiffed a hooker one time. But kind of.
More ways than one. God, people like you infuriate.
What?
Because, you're almost there. Right? Like you're talking in the beginning and you're saying all these things, and I'm like, yeah, he makes a great point. And then all of a sudden, it's almost like it's like Alien.
Breaks, yeah.
The boomer pops out of his chair. Avocado toast, sushi, Starbucks.
Must say it, can't hold it in.
It's insane.
It's like when I see somebody that's broke all the time.
Yeah.
And this is gonna sound terrible.
Oh, buckle up. If what you said before you thought didn't sound terrible.
If you're crying broke all the time,
yeah,
and you fat,
are you serious?
Hold on now, and you got tattoos, right? So you fat tatted, you fat tatted, and you telling me you're tapped? You're fat tatted. You cut back on the groceries, bro.
No,
cut that.
Idiot.
You don't need that 7th goddamn cockamamie on your arm. You got down there at Rusty Pete's tattoo parlor.
All right, first of all, it feels like you're just lashing out at every former co-host you ever had. Second of all,
yeah, actually, you could form one big co-host out of it. Fat and tatted.
Oh man,
which would be a great morning show.
It's easy to be a fat poor person, and I know this because the cheapest food is also the worst food for
you. You can buy a bag of apples and a case of water and go sell it down there at the park.
Okay.
You see that piece of property over there, Pat? You buy that and hold on to it. They're not making land anymore.
Yeah, I can't afford any land. Nobody can afford any land. God. And this is why nothing ever gets figured out. Because we sit here, Kimmy, and we have numbers in front of us.
Everybody points fingers.
Well, that's just it. We have numbers in front of us. We have people that have legitimate issues financially.
Yes.
Right? Mm-hmm. There is a discussion that can be had where we can get to the bottom of what we can do to move forward, who should be judged, who shouldn't be judged, what is the appropriate way to handle this based on what the past was in America and where we are headed. And here comes some dick who lives in his wife's house, who was a spoiled-ass, bitch-ass kid with a boat, never had to work a day in his effing life, and when he did, he was robbing the place blind. Oh, you know what? Don't buy Starbucks. As he walks in with Starbucks and cries poor.
Every day you wake up, there's 2 dogs at the foot of your bed, son. There's a poor old puppy, and then there's a hungry dog. Which one you going to feed today? Poor puppy Or the hungry dog.
I can't afford to feed any dogs, man. I just got a Harley.
Oh.
All right, let's take a break. You don't want to spend money on like tickets or having to buy a lawyer or anything like that.
A lawyer?
That'll tap you even more. And that's just it, man. What you think is this minor little, violation is way worse than you think.
It'll take care of itself.
It's major.
Well, look, Kimmy, it will take care of itself, but it's against the law.
Yes. Oh.
The question becomes, one, Kimmy, you did bring up a good point, even though I know you do this, and it's super legal, you're a lawbreaker.
I don't do this.
All women do this.
I do not.
Unless you got a man in your life, all women do this.
We don't know what the official amount off has to be before you're in trouble.
But you kind of know, man.
Do you?
I don't know.
We'll get into it next here at the break room on CMF. This might be the most ignored law in the greater Rochester area. So much so, it's possible most people listening don't even know this is against the law. It could also be one of those laws, Kimmy, that is on the books but never gets enforced. Even though when it comes to dangerous things you can do on the road, this might be in the top 3.
I think so.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 7:45. Yesterday, all of the sudden, Bills Mafia got some potentially really good news.
Oh, fantastic.
Because, Kimmy, it felt like on Monday, we for certain this guy was not going to play in this game. Now, all of a sudden, there's a ray of hope. But this hope could also lead to a massive mistake that costs them everything.
If he plays.
Tommy, you want to talk about the ultimate choice of choices?
Damn.
We'll get into it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. Did you know?
What that?
In the state of New York, it is against the law to drive with snow on your car.
On your car, period?
End of sentence.
Yeah.
On your car. So you got to wipe it clean, brush it clean.
Yeah.
According to New York State Vehicle Law, Section 1212, quote, drivers could face misdemeanor charges if their car is not fully cleared off since it poses potential dangers to other travelers.
What if I just leave enough on so it snaps off as I go? Like a guy losing a toupee.
So if you are pulled over, convicted, whatever, you will be charged with reckless driving for leaving snow on your car. Were you guys aware that any snow on your car was against the law?
No, I just thought it was the windows had to be clear.
No.
That's what I thought it was too. Like unless like something's impairing your vision.
Okay, we'll get to that because that is also a thing.
Okay.
Because I've driven, where I've cleaned it up, but there's like so much snow on the hood of my car, it looks like a wedding cake up there.
Yep.
And then it slowly just starts chipping away as you go.
All right, I want to start the conversation like this.
Yeah.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Has anyone in the history of New York State ever gotten pulled over for this?
I've seen cars with like a foot of snow on top driving around. I've even seen like commercial trucks and stuff have like those big sheets of snow fly off of them.
Yeah.
So I would think like if they're doing it, they know the rules more than anybody.
I've never seen anyone pulled over for this. No. I've never had a friend say they've gotten pulled over
Somebody
for this.
must have gotten pinched, though.
Who is it?
Maybe if it did damage to something, maybe that's when you're in trouble.
Okay. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. And I guess the law says any snow on your car is against the law. But, I mean, it's borderline impossible to get all the snow off your car on some days. Like, how much snow is enough snow for me to get busted for it?
Well, I wonder, like, if there's so much snow, they can't read your plates.
Well,
like,
yeah,
do you have
it
to
can't
clean
be
your
covering
plates?
stuff.
Well, I mean, that...
could you get in trouble for that? Like, you didn't clean your
I mean,
plates
you
up?
could, but I don't do that.
I don't know anybody does.
Right?
But then they can't read your plates if it's full of snow.
Yeah, but, I mean, half the cars on the road in the wintertime have stuff covering their plates.
Yeah,
so
They're
it gets-
dirty, they're
it's
nasty.
dirty.
Yeah,
Right? All right.
ugly.
Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Smart guy.
Go ahead, wise guy.
Do you clear your car off of the snow before you leave?
Do I?
Yeah.
Well, I don't have to.
Well, don't you have to?
I have a garage.
Oh, you keep kind of great. No, your wife has a garage and she lets you keep the car in.
Yes, we both our cars are in the garage.
Okay.
But when I lived in, like, when I first moved here, I lived on Park Avenue, then I lived in Cornhill. I had outside parking. Yeah, it was, you had to go out there and, like, dig out the car and then brush it. I mean, it was a chore.
I have never once in my life wiped anything other than the windows on my car.
So when I first moved up here, I had been on the road, but I didn't really have, like, a Rochester brush and scraper.
Okay.
I always just used that what was ever available. Like, but then so when I first moved here, I just kind of, like, did the best I could with whatever I had in my hands to, like, kind of make it work and go.
Why would you not buy a brush?
I
stupid?
did. But, bro, when I moved here, I had $30.
Oh, really? Because I saw you out there buying Starbucks and avocado toast.
Yeah, I had no money.
Look, I will admit I never clean my car off. Kimmy, do you clean your car off other than the
I
windows?
clear off everything I can reach,
Okay.
but there's always like
You're
one
tall.
strip at the top that I sometimes can't get to.
Oh, the Mohawk.
Yeah.
So, like, I won't do this. But at the same time, I will argue that driving with snow on top of a car is a top 3 most dangerous thing you can do on the road. Highway especially.
Well,
Yeah.
if it comes flying off and hits your car.
And
Or just blind somebody for a couple seconds.
Yes,
Yeah.
like the best case scenario is a quick blizzard on your
Yeah.
window. Worst case, you got 4 feet of ice that is now up in the air and is about to come smashing down. And the scary part about the ice, I don't know what it is about the
It's
physics
airborne
of it.
and
You can never tell where it's going to
Yeah.
land. You can't dodge it. You can't move. It's just
Yeah.
up there. Where's it going to go? It's like Plinko.
You're going to have a problem, bro. You're going to have the same problem my brother had.
What's that?
you got a daughter. You got 2 daughters.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't think my niece grew up on Cape Cod.
Okay.
I don't think she ever brushed off her car, ever. My brother would go out and do it for her because she wouldn't do it.
Oh, no, I am going on my way to make sure. No, because my girls are going to be on their own. They're going to do this.
Right.
I'm not doing it.
Uh-huh.
I'm not pumping their gas. I'm not wiping off their cars.
Which means you're going to have to make sure they do it.
Yeah.
Which means that's what sucks. You still got to have to go out there and look and see if they did it.
It's part of being a dad.
It sucks.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about how a law in New York State says that if you do not clean all of the snow off of your car, you are breaking the law. They can pop you for reckless driving.
Yeah.
Yet we've never heard of anyone getting in trouble for this. Let's talk to Jay. Hey, Jay, how are you, buddy?
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey.
But normally I advocate against dumb laws being enforced, but this one definitely needs to be enforced more.
Why is that?
So a couple of years ago, I was going down 490, just a normal day working, and suddenly this semi doesn't really cut me off, but gets in front of me. We had just got a bunch of snow. It was freezing rain, all the fun stuff. And next thing I know, about a 2-foot chunk of ice slides off the back of this semi and hits my windshield and cracks it.
I love how you go, normally I'm against enforcing stupid laws, because this one affected me negatively, I would like it enforced.
And it's just, it's a bad idea.
Okay, I agree with you, but all right, but are you telling me you clear off your car, every inch of your car, Jay, when you go out to drive?
Yes, every morning.
You lying-ass bitch. You lying-ass!
I go to Sonic and get it washed off before I even think about logging on for the day.
Okay, all right. Well, Jay, why don't you go lie to some other radio show, because I don't want to hear it anymore. See you, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Look, man, we're out there.
Yeah.
We out there. We got eyes. Every single car on the highway is full of snow and ice
yeah.
after a storm. Every single one. Although Carmen has a great idea to fix that.
Okay, Carmen does.
Yep, he's on CMF. Hey, Carmen, how are you, buddy?
What's up, guys? Good morning.
Hey.
I actually thought it was a game to see how fast I could go without getting a ticket to blow the snow off. That's how I approach it.
Just drive fast.
Drive fast to get all the snow off. And
Drive fast, you get all the snow off. You know what else works is if you put a lot of leaves in your pickup of your truck and then drive really fast to the dump, and then all of them blow out. You've only got like a minimal amount of leaves to break out of your truck.
All right. You're the worst person I've ever met. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. A lot of people angry with this law.
Okay.
Troy writes, no cop is ever going to enforce this dumbass law. It's New York. We get snow. If someone doesn't want to get hit with snow, then don't tailgate. What are you... Why is everyone so aggressive about this law? What the hell is going on?
Because nobody
here?
wants to do it.
Okay, I get it. I don't want to do it either. I'm not doing it, but I can admit this is super dangerous.
Oh yeah, especially
right?
if you leave your car out all the time.
Yeah.
It really builds up.
Okay, but see, you're being a bitch because you judge people that don't park in the garage.
Well, if you have a garage, use it.
I am using it full of my kids' stuff, stupid.
I do judge people sometimes when the snow has melted, but you'll see a car that still has like a foot of snow, and you're just like, how have you not gone anywhere in like 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Like, that's
You're
what
a
I'm
hermit.
judging. Like, are you just like not leave your house for a month? I don't know.
Matt writes us on Instagram. This is like the golden ticket when you are busted and having a hard time.
What's that?
Matt says, I always like when the snow covers the expired inspection sticker on my windshield. I would fight to get to November when I had no inspection on my car.
Yeah.
Because
Leave that one little corner.
Kimmy, before I left, I would pack a snowball and stuff it over the window.
Oh, really?
So I wouldn't get popped for inspection. It was great.
Or you could just go get the car inspected, but your car was junk.
It wasn't going to pass inspection.
I know.
I love idiots like you. Why don't you just get it inspected? Oh, that's a good idea.
Why don't you just buy a new car?
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Party Boat Mark. Hey, Mark, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning. Happy New Year.
Hey.
Yeah, so like Troy said, if you do about 65, 70, no matter the road conditions, for the first couple miles of your commute, you'll take care of everything.
Do 70 miles an hour as you're pulling out of your driveway.
And God forbid the person behind you.
Or in front of you.
Yeah, right. And it's snowy outside, stupid.
No, it's fine, but here's the problem. It's the people that have like the 2-inch little square in their windshield that are hunched over their windshield to see that. That's what I got a problem with. Don't worry about the people that have snow on their car.
Don't worry about
the
Mark.
windshield.
It's the same thing.
Yes. And you're speeding like crazy just to get the snow off.
Yeah. I don't even have a snow brush in my truck.
That's how
You
cool
don't
you
have
are,
a
man.
snow brush? Like, not even to, like, scrape? Because
No,
sometimes you got to scrape.
That's for losers, man.
Nope. In my work vehicle, I do. I clean that off pretty good. But no, my personal
What a
truck,
bitch. I clean off my work
I hit
vehicle
the
so my
road
boss
and
doesn't
I'm
get mad,
off
but my
road.
personal vehicle, yo, man, I'm tough. I won't clean it off, man. Mark, thanks for the call, buddy.
I don't use seatbelts either.
Goes Mark. I think there's more offenders for this. Well, all right, let's talk about this first. Because on top of the no snow at all on your car law, which exists in New York State, we had been asking, had anyone been popped for it?
Yeah.
Andrew writes us on Instagram. My friend got busted for this leaving a bar. It led to a DUI.
Oh.
No, that didn't lead to a DUI. Your drinking led to a DUI.
Well, yeah.
Okay, but he wouldn't have been pulled over.
Well, unless they used
Yes, you're right.
to pull them over.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
I was too drunk
Might have
to
been a
scrape.
couple things happening there.
All right, so going back to what you guys were talking about 10 minutes ago, it's also illegal to drive your car with, quote, snow blocking your windshield.
Well, that was a standard one, yeah, because you can't see.
Okay, but it is taken way more serious than we think. If you are busted for snow blocking your windshield, you are looking at potential misdemeanor charges, fines up to $850, points on your license, and potential jail time.
Oh.
So, like, what I do wonder there, though, what qualifies? Because, like, let's say, like, the corner, you got the corner, snow in the corners of your windshield. Like, it's mostly clear, but you do have a couple spots where there's still snow. Am I going to get in trouble for that? Like, does that have to be completely cleared off?
It's a great question.
I figured
because
all your windows needed to be cleaned off.
I never clean off my side. I will get in, I'll roll the window down.
But what if it's icy
Well,
and it doesn't come off?
Well, then you give it like,
Oh, no, you're Mark.
What?
Did you 70 miles an hour, man? Blow it off.
All right, here's what I do. And I think the reason we see so many people with snow and ice on their windshield now.
Because that's just as dangerous, man.
I agree with you. I'm not arguing.
And I'm rolling through stop signs and stoplights in the morning.
Will somebody think about Tommy?
Yes.
The rise of the self-starting car has led to this problem.
Oh, let it warm up.
Yes, because I cannot remember the last time I scraped my windshield off.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because it's already running.
Yeah, I'll fire it up,
Yeah.
let it run for 3 or 4 minutes, go out, windshield wipers take care of it, I'm good.
The one thing I always forget to clean off until it's too late.
Your mouth?
No, I never clean that. The backup camera.
Oh, yeah.
Like if you don't at least wipe, because you can't. It's pointless unless you wipe it
Yeah.
up because it's just this blurry thing.
You ready for this?
What?
Yeah, I just got my new Honda Pilot.
Yeah, what does it do?
The best feature in the world.
Oh, it's got its own wiper, doesn't it?
It's got a button that sprays water on the
That's pretty
back
cool.
You got to be kidding me.
Bro,
They make that now?
That's
It
pretty
is
cool.
it
Genius.
is
Yeah.
the greatest thing ever.
Wish I was rich.
No, you're right. Because
Poor people who don't see that.
go see my friends at the Ide Family Dealerships. They'll take care of you. You're right. There's nothing worse on a freezing cold day. You get in the car, you go to back up, you got to get out, lick your thumb, rub it over the little.
Yeah, but I
reverse
just
camera.
listen for the beeps now. It'll still beep.
Are you serious?
Well, no,
but I
because
think
like
that might mess up its sensors, right?
no, it doesn't mess up at
No,
all.
yes,
I think it
exactly.
does.
No, because in my car, it'll beep,
Yeah.
and then if you get closer, it keeps beeping,
But
and then it'll be like one solid beep, and then you'll hear screaming. So
Yeah.
you're good.
Yeah, because when it snows, like I think my sensors are thrown off because like it'll read something that's not there. I don't know what affects that.
I had that problem driving on New Year's Eve
Yeah.
where the snow got packed into one of my
Must
front
be
sensors.
something like that, yeah.
But every time I stopped at a stoplight, it was like,
Oh, really?
I was like, oh, Jesus Christ. All right, John, we'll wrap up with John here.
All right, Johnny.
He writes us a nice long message on Instagram. He says, this is exactly why I despise humanity. I could tell so many people never served in the military. How titanically weak of a human being are you? You can't spend 6 minutes removing snow from your car that is absolutely going to be a problem for someone else when you hit the road.
So when they go to work,
Get
they
it
have to-
together or move to Florida like all the other losers. I'm sorry.
do you have to wipe all the tanks down in the morning?
Yeah, well, if there's snow,
Okay. All right.
unless it's a snow tank.
Oh yeah.
But again, he's right. Everything he said is right.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do it.
Me
I'm
neither,
still not
man.
gonna-
But thank you for your service.
All right, let's take a break. We have, he used the word Titanic.
Yeah.
This is a Titanic decision
Oh.
because yesterday, Bills fans got some good news.
Somebody's coming back.
Potentially good news. But this potentially good news could lead to the most playoff disaster situation we have had in Buffalo in a long time.
Oh.
And if this coach makes the wrong choice and it blows up in his face, because here's the thing, Kimmy, either choice could be the wrong choice. Either choice could end up costing you.
Flip a coin.
We'll tell you the potentially good news
All right.
next here in the break room. Let's CMF. There is no right decision here.
Okay.
Because what should be good news yesterday from the Buffalo Bills has created a situation where no matter what Sean McDermott does, he could be potentially setting up himself and his team for the most heartbreaking disaster possible.
Wow.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. All right.
Yeah.
So the Bills travel to Jacksonville Sunday, 1 o'clock, live right here on 96.5 WCMF. You want to watch the game?
Watch it. Where would I go?
I'll be hanging out at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chi-Li.
I'm going to go anywhere.
No, you won't. Your car don't go that way.
That's what I'm working on.
Got it? Come hang out at Bill Gray's on Sunday. We'll watch this game together, and hopefully it doesn't come down to a kick.
Oh.
So on Sunday, Matthew Prater, Bills kicker extraordinaire, 145 years old, filled in valiantly. He's been doing great. Made his return from a quad injury, at least for 2 quarters, because in the second half, Kimmy, he did not kick.
Something happened.
He re-aggravated the quad. And the way that it was being discussed after the game on Sunday, it sounded like he didn't really have a shot at kicking this week.
Not immediately after the game, but not too long after that, changed.
Sean McDermott came out in his press conference and said that Matt Prater, Tommy, is actually day-to-day.
So maybe the trainer worked with the guy a little bit?
Maybe it's not as bad
Rubbed his quad?
Yeah.
Oh, you looking for a job? Is that why you wore your training outfit today? Hey, Matt, let me see your quad, buddy. Come on over here.
I could rub a quad.
So, Kimmy,
Yeah.
it's not out of the question that Matt Prater can kick on Sunday.
So but they still haven't gotten another guy?
They did.
Oh.
So, for insurance, the Bills yesterday went out and signed kicker Matthew Wright to their practice squad. And
Matthew Wright?
Matthew Wright, W-R-I-G-H-T. He's 29 years old. He's bounced around the league. He's kicked for the Steelers, Lions, Jags, Kansas City Chiefs, Carolina Panthers, 49ers, Falcons, Patriots, Titans, Commanders, and Texans.
Oh, my
I believe he's
God.
kicked for 3 different teams this season alone.
He has.
Yeah.
He also had a stint in the then XFL with the Tampa Bay Vipers in 2019. This season, kicking for 3 different teams, he is 5 of 5 on field goal attempts and 6 of 6 on extra points.
All right, so he's...
Numbers don't look bad.
Yeah.
He is a career kicker, 60 of 68, which is 88%, and he's 95% on his extra points.
Wow. Well, it sounds like a good guy.
All right, but he would have a job if he was reliable. People had faith in him.
But, I mean, if that's the best you can get,
he's kind of made his career so far on being the fill-in guy.
Yeah.
So here's the situation that Sean McDermott is in right now. You want Matt Prater to kick in that game.
Yeah. You want to stick with what's been working for you.
Exactly. Like, not only is he familiar with what they do here, he has been reliable all season long. But here's the problem.
What's the problem?
If they go with Matt Prater in that game, and at some point in that game he re-injures himself.
Well, then you got this other kid.
No. You're not going to dress 2 kickers. No. You're only going to dress 1.
Well, wait. So let's say he goes down. Who kicks?
And that's the problem. In a playoff game, where the point spread is 1.5 points right now, you would be without a field goal kicker.
Yeah, you won't be kicking.
Why can't you have that other guy ready to go?
All right, are you ready? Walk with me here. I need you to pay attention.
Hey, come on.
I'm serious.
Hey,
you never listen, and I'm going to try and explain it to
Kimmy.
you.
Don't bring him out.
You are allowed to dress a limited number of players every game.
All right.
So Sean McDermott especially gets very weird about who he dresses. He wants as many linebackers, offensive linemen, defensive backs, special teams guys as he can.
Right.
Because of that,
maybe you want to change that this week.
He's not going to burn 2 spots. He's either going to go with Prater thinking he can kick, or he's going to go with the backup worried that Matt Prater can get hurt.
All right, so let's say Prater goes, his leg craps the bed.
Yeah.
Who's kicking the ball?
That's the question. Either
Davis?
No, Ray Davis.
Ray Davis.
Wait, we got 2 Davises?
Yeah.
Let them both try out for
All right, so Ray Davis does not have the ability to kick like legitimate field goals. That's not going to happen. It would probably be the punter Wisniewski.
But he don't do that for him.
He has in the past twice.
All right.
So it was in an emergency situation where you don't have anybody else.
Yeah, you don't want to have a 38-yard field goal, to try and either tie, win the game, whatever, with 15 seconds left. You're not going to put your punter out there to make that kick. You're not going to put Ray Davis. So then if you're worried about Matt
Sounds
Prater,
like the smarter move is to have the healthy guy on the field and sit Prater for a game.
So let's walk through that then.
That seems to be the better bet.
Let's walk through that. So Prater thinks he can go, but out of worry.
They all think they can go.
Out of worry that he can't,
right.
You bring this new guy out here. And let's say he misses a kick that costs you the rest of your season.
But you don't have any insurance that Prater can do it. And if his leg is sore,
though, and you sit him.
And that's the problem.
I would go with the new guy.
Okay, so you're telling me you're going to look at this guy who came out of retirement 4 days before opening day, has kicked wonderfully for you all season long.
He's also missed a couple. He's not automatic.
He's got one of the higher.
Oh, he's a good kid. He's good. I like him.
Kid.
Good
He's
kid.
like your age. Kimmy, what do you do? I'm not listening to you. I don't care what you think. You're stupid.
I don't know. The fact that Prater, his leg, his quad went on him mid-game last week. That's what worries me. Like he could, I could see him feeling great up until game time, and then what are you gonna do if it happens again?
Let me ask you a question.
I think it does help though.
Yeah, I mean, she's talking.
Hold on. I do think it does help
Kimmy,
that it won't be in the cold.
It is warm weather.
Yeah,
70 degrees. I looked.
Thank
nice.
you.
Well, it's Florida. It's nice.
You had a question?
So he didn't injure by getting hit.
No.
It's just like he pulled it,
yes.
basically.
Yeah, he's 41 years old. So
which is
pretty common for a guy that age. Which
had-
means he could do it again really easy.
Yeah, you're right. Or
You go with a younger leg, man. If you go with that old leg, you a fool. You coach fool.
all right, so then if you go with this new guy
Yeah.
and he misses a kick that ends the season, you're not going to criticize McDermott for it?
you lose by a point because
You can get that with Prater if his leg's not 100%.
You're right. You're
So
right.
what's the difference? Go with a guy that is actually. Would you rather go with a guy that's completely healthy or a guy that's kind of healthy?
I would rather go with the guy that has gotten you here. You dance with the girl you brought.
He didn't get you there.
Brett Prater has kicked one. He's kicked multiple game-winning field goals this season.
Some of them were pretty goddamn easy.
Bro, you had the money badger. He cost you one game, almost cost you that game in Cleveland, missing extra points. I mean, look, Bills fans especially know the value of a kicker you can rely on.
I understand.
Man, no, I don't think you do.
35 years ago, and you
we've
still
been
don't.
burnt 15 times in between that, man.
So let's say you go with Prater, you sit the other kid down.
Yeah.
And Prater misses it. Then what?
Well, look, Prater misses it. He's been with you all year. Sometimes guys miss. I can.
Yeah, because that'll be the headline. Hey, what are you gonna do? You lost the game, but took a shot. No, they're gonna crucify you. McDermott will get crucified either way.
That's what I'm saying.
On a missed field goal.
Yes, if somebody misses.
So where are you putting your chips?
If you're getting killed either way, I'm going
Put your
with
chips on the smart money.
Yeah, the smart money's Prater. You go with Prater.
Prater's old.
Kimmy, who you going with?
You got to go with the consistency, right?
Prater.
And the guy that's been there for you.
Prater. Come on,
Right.
Prater.
If he says he's go,
Prater.
if he says I'm good to go, I feel confident. I
They
think
all
that's what you got
say
to go
that
with.
because they all want to play. They all want to be the goddamn hero of the game. He probably wants his bonus money too. It's all about this.
There wouldn't be bonus money in the playoffs.
He doesn't get any bonus.
He gets
for
paid
game?
whether he dresses or not.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought he had extra incentives.
No, that's at the end of the regular season. Why don't you pay attention every once in a while? That's why I said listen when I was.
Well, I didn't read
playing.
his contract. I'm just asking.
252 WCMF. We get news now that Matthew Prater, he is a day-to-day injury, Bills kicker, so he could kick on Sunday. But for insurance, the Bills went out and signed 29-year-old kicker Matthew Wright. Sean McDermott now has a decision to make. You can go with Prater, the guy who's been reliable all season in this win-or-go-home game. But if he hurts himself in the game again, you're not going to have another kicker. You could go with the new guy who is 100% healthy,
and he has a good record.
But he doesn't have a job for a reason. Right? And if you put him in there and he misses a kick for you, like the guy you signed before did in each of his 2 games he played, he's going to get crushed.
So when will we know who's playing?
Sunday at 11 o'clock.
Wait, that's when they had to tell you?
They will tell you, unless they rule him out on Friday, which you probably won't do.
Yeah.
When they do the active.
So it'll be game time.
Yeah, game time decision. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to John. Hey, John, how are you, buddy?
Good. I just want to make a comment first off about the quad injury. I used to play soccer in high school.
Ooh, Soccer Sam you are.
No, Soccer John.
Wait, this is Soccer Joe? His brother?
John.
But back then when we played, we wore leather helmets, okay? Anyways,
See what you did.
I didn't do it.
the problem with a quad injury, especially if it's week to week, you can feel good on Friday, after pulling it, say, on a Monday, go back out there on the next day and pull it all over again.
Okay.
So the point about Prater, pulling his the quad muscle again is very real. Okay, I don't care how well they treat it. I don't care how well he feels. There's always that chance on the field he's going to pull it.
Have you thought about calling the Bills with this information? Because maybe the trainers don't know this.
Now I'm going to answer.
Because you're a soccer guy.
Now I'm going to answer the second part of your question.
I didn't think there was one.
What's wrong? Why doesn't Wright keep a job? The problem with Wright is he's got limited distance.
There you go. Limited distance.
Okay, you know why I know this? Because I'm a Steelers fan. I was born in Pittsburgh.
He got hit in the head. That's how
Would it
bad it was.
still
Short.
be?
Yeah. It was really bad. All right, John. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. You want limited distance? Is that what you want? Meanwhile, the Jaguars have the best kicker in the NFL.
They do?
He set the NFL record for kick this year.
Is it easy to kick in Jacksonville? Though,
It's a grass field. I mean, that's what it is. Warm weather.
okay.
Either way.
All right, so as if this game wasn't stressful enough, why does this always effing happen, man?
I don't know.
It's never easy. It's never easy.
Hey, here's a new problem.
Seriously. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
It's Wednesday, it's 8 o'clock. You know what that means?
Where are they kicking?
No.
Oh.
What?
Hate.
Yeah. Hate you right now. Tommy, 2 weeks ago we had a discussion. With the rise in parents openly complaining about their kids' teacher.
Yeah.
What to do when you and your kid's teacher don't see eye to eye. Tips to make sure that relationship does not devolve to the point where things get really, really uncomfortable.
Okay.
We'll recap those points.
Yeah.
But one man heard that discussion, and he disagreed with none of it. He says when your kid's teacher, and he believes a lot of kids' teachers are this way, starts treating your kid like crap, disrespecting you,
Yeah.
there are two options and two options only. And we'll let him explain it.
Okay.
Next, here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Tommy, you've said in the past on this show,
What's that?
parents are way more involved in their kids' lives than your parents were.
Yeah.
And when you say it as a compliment.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes it's not always a good thing. And this would be one of those examples.
Too close for comfort?
Well, Tommy, look, the list of tips we had 2 weeks ago to make sure teachers and parents get along even in the most stressful of situations.
Yeah.
Apparently is not good enough for some people. But the option they suggest is way more difficult than they want you to believe.
Oh.
It's Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock. It's time for Hate Mail of the Week. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. And right before we went on our break, we talked about parents who don't get along with their kids' teachers. And it seems that's happening more today than it really ever has in the past.
A little tension.
Right? It's a legit issue for whatever reason. So instead of going scorched earth, this article had tips for when you don't see eye to eye. For example, the first tip, Tommy.
Yeah, what's that?
Give the teacher insight on how your child learns and behaves. What has your child struggled with before? Potential family problems that could be a distraction. Ways to communicate with your kids if there's a problem.
Okay, come in with a bunch of excuses while your kid's falling behind.
Tip number 2.
Yeah.
Ask questions of the teachers instead of making demands. Instead of demanding a bad grade get changed or accusing them of doing something wrong, ask, what can my child do to get their grades up? Tip number 3.
Try harder.
Don't go over the teacher's head, no matter how tempting it is.
I'll talk to your principal.
And Tommy, based on how you were raised, you found the whole tip thing silly.
Yes.
Your parents always believed the teacher.
Oh, yeah.
And you, despite hating teachers, even as a grown man, seem to always side with the teachers as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. Okay. Turns out.
Rubs a slack ass.
Turns out.
Yeah.
Not everyone feels the way that you do. In fact, one man wrote us a letter to tell us this list was pointless. There's only one way to ensure your kid gets the teacher they deserve, and that's to take things into your own hands.
Oh, how do you do that?
Actual physical letters sent through the mail telling us we suck. The first one of 2026. Sit back and enjoy today's Hate Mail of the Week.
Those tips for dealing with teachers are garbage. Most teachers have a God complex, and you can't tell them when they've screwed up. If they don't like your kid, it's been decided, and that's just how it is. The only way you can make it better is to get your kid out of that situation. Get them out of school entirely. Either send them to a private school, which is going to give them a better education anyways, or do the smarter move and homeschool them yourself. No one knows your kid like you do. With private school, you get to pick and choose how your kid gets educated based on where you send them. With homeschool, it's even better. You get the chance to nurture your kids' gifts and put them on the right track without some factory school just pushing them to the side. It's the only way from this point on that kids in this country will get a real education. Sincerely, Peter.
Tommy?
Yeah.
Private school or homeschool is the only way to get your kid the right education that they deserve.
Well, I've done one of them.
Yes.
Didn't do the other.
Okay.
And it did wonders for me.
All right, so there's a lot to break down here.
Yeah.
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9260. I'm going to let you choose. Do you want to start with private school or homeschool?
I know private, so I would lean towards private. And you went to private.
I also went to private high school. All right, Tommy, this man claims that you get to choose what teacher handles your kid, sending them to whatever private school they want to go to. Would you agree with this man?
He's kind of alluding to the fact that you get to pick their path of education.
I think what he's saying is depending on which private school you send them to, you have more say.
Okay, yeah.
Well, you could pick and choose what school.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
To an extent.
Yeah.
I don't think it helps.
Why?
Because, no matter where you put my ass was going to be my ass.
Okay.
I don't care how much money you threw at it, man.
No, we saw your father threw a lot of money at it.
A fortune.
Yeah.
A small fortune.
Yeah.
It didn't make any difference. And a matter of fact, when I went to military school, I was just with a bunch of me's.
Okay.
It was a prison full of wise asses.
Well, okay.
And we all worked on our game together.
There's a difference between private school and kiddie prison, which you were sent to.
Yes, I was. It was a boarding school.
Yeah.
I went away. Yeah.
That's even more
intense.
Yeah.
Okay, like Tommy said, full disclosure, my kids go to Aquinas. I am an Aquinas graduate myself.
But remember all the dicks you knew in private school, man?
Yeah.
There was just a ton of them, man, that were just the parents sent them there saying, here's my money, fix my kid.
No, I mean, you're exactly right.
And that was it. That was it.
There
that was
were
it.
there were a whole bunch of kids like that, right? Like this idea that you are sending your kids to be with like a higher brow.
And that's going to change.
Exactly.
But the kids still got the same personality.
Exactly. And I do want to be clear here. I didn't send my kids to Aquinas to get away from bad teachers. Like Rush Henrietta, where we live, is fantastic. I just had the opportunity. I wanted to give them the opportunity.
No, it's a great, but your kids are good students.
But it makes me laugh out loud that there are people who think that private school teachers are going to be more likely to listen to you about your kid.
Right. By the way, they're usually, back in the day, less pay.
Still, that's the case now.
Yeah, they're not making big bank to do this.
You got it.
I think, though, that there are some parents who, when they send their kid to private school, because I'm paying you, that I should have a say in more than what I would have sending them to a different school.
You're right, but I will tell you this from personal.
I'm not saying that that's the case,
that's
but
what
I think that's what people think. Yeah.
I will tell you this from personal experience. The teachers that I had in private school were way more hard-ass than the teachers that I had at public school, right? And I get that's why some people send their kids to private school to straighten their kid out because the teachers aren't going to have to take any crap, right? But you know what a private school can do that a public school can't? Tell you to get the hell out.
Yes, they can.
And that's the funniest part. Like a private school can say, this is how we do things, and if you don't like that...
You sign an agreement.
Exactly.
It's a contract.
Here's the door. Not to mention the biggest issue for a lot of folks here is the cost of private school. Like Peter, that was his name, right?
Peter.
Like completely ignores the fact that you would have to pay money
Oh, yeah.
to send your kid to get an education. It's not free, and it's not something you want to do on a whim reacting to you or a teacher your kid doesn't like.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man, like I had a great experience there personally. My kids love it. I know, based on friends that I had there, folks that have sent their kids to different private schools, it's not for everybody, and it's not this fix-all pill that some people think it is.
Certain kids thrive in different situations. It's better for some kids than others. But
Yeah,
I also but you also knew those kids where it's like, I think everywhere they went, there was a problem. Mm-hmm. But according to their parents, it was just not the right situation, not a good fit.
But it's amazing, like, you know.
And so a lot of times, homeschooling seemed like the last option for those people. Not necessarily that they chose to do it. This is all we have left.
All right, let's talk about homeschool in a second. 252 WCMF, again, talking about Peter's letter saying that the tips that we read to, like, help with teacher-parent conflict, useless. The only option you have when your kid doesn't like a teacher or a teacher doesn't like your kid, put them in private school or homeschool them.
Yep.
Crystal's on CMF. Hey, Crystal, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing lovely. Burn that letter, first of all.
Okay.
Second, kids have too many choices today. They need direction. I did go to private school. What I learned was just more morals because it was Catholic. And so
by the way, hey, Crystal, I love that you're towing the company line, but I actually learned the opposite of morals based on the kids I was going to school with.
Right. So it boils down to your parents, right? You get your more of everything in your foundation is from the home. What's going to happen when this kid goes to go to work? Is going to say, oh, I don't like my boss. I want to choose a different one tomorrow because they didn't agree with me?
All right, hold on. Look, as much as I agree with your overall sentiment here, I do think it's important to pause the conversation to point out there are situations that kids can be put in with teachers that just aren't good for them, right? You can't sit here and say that every kid that has a problem with a teacher they have is incorrect in saying that.
I had very strict teachers.
Oh, I did too.
I had to listen. I had to really listen, and it was fine. I'm very successful in the workforce, 47 years, and now retired.
And you're wasting your time calling a radio show, running your mouth.
My kids are very stable, and so are my grandchildren.
No, I'm not saying you're not successful.
I'm so great, nailing it all the time. 47 years in the biz, baby. I'm a millionaire.
All right, Crystal, thank you for the call. Have a good
Break room sucks. I'm so cool.
Both things can be true, that this guy's take is bad, but there are examples where some things have to happen. It's not, it's a rare case.
It's not perfect.
Right? Okay. Let's talk about homeschool.
Right.
So, Tommy, homeschooling has become very popular since the pandemic.
You talking about Weirdo High?
In 1990,
my boy's outside playing the violin while he's playing basketball.
What are you talking about?
It's really cool, man.
In 1999, there were 850,000 homeschool kids in America. Last year, there were 3.7 million.
God damn, man. That's got to be like some states.
That's an over 400% increase.
That's got to be like Connecticut.
25 years, over 400% increase. From 2018 to 2021, it doubled nationwide. So what some people also won't tell you about homeschool,
what's that?
That can get very expensive.
Oh.
Most people now pay for programs that come through independent businesses that educate your kid. And I know this because my sister got pregnant at 15, and she had to be pulled out of school to, have a baby.
Yeah.
And we tried this. My family tried this.
Homeschooling?
When she was at home, homeschooling. And it was a disaster. It did not work. She ended up going back to school and getting her high school degree. I would assume now a lot of it's done online. So that would require less hands-on interaction between parents.
So there are packages you could buy?
Yeah, that's most homeschooling.
Then you just apply the package.
Okay, so when my sister was doing it, and this was in...
It's like the Omaha Steaks of education.
It really is. So I think this was 2006. They sent books and workbooks and things like that.
Everything you had to complete.
Of the people I know that homeschool kids now, it's like an online portal.
Okay.
So they pay a subscription service or like a one-time fee.
So there's some structure and help.
Yeah, and like mom and dad, like my mother had to teach my sister.
Yeah.
Now there are programs where there's staffs that are you essentially have
the cameras are on, right?
But no, I'm just saying my mother is not a teacher. I am not a teacher. You should not be teaching your kid. You should not be teaching your kid.
I always wonder how parents get the confidence to do it. Like the parents
They're
that are
arrogant,
I
man.
am going to homeschool my kid, and I just I wouldn't have the confidence to do
They're
that
arrogant,
as a parent and really feel like I'm teaching my kid everything they need to know. Or being there just to help them through it. Even if somebody else is teaching them day to day or a program is, I don't know how much I can really assist.
I agree with you. But now you're being a dick the other way.
No, I'm not being a dick
you're
the other
being
way.
Crystal.
What I'm saying is,
guys.
I do
I'm
think...
a homeschooler for your mouth.
I have to go see your mama for that.
Shut up.
Take me to school, mama.
You failed.
No, but you and I are rare where we legitimately call ourselves stupid. And we mean it. But most people don't think they're stupid.
Okay.
And most people think arrogantly that they can teach their kids.
Okay.
Nobody's going to admit failure, especially if you go down that road. We know some people that were going to homeschool their kids. Holy Christ, man.
Yeah, I know.
They should have been doing it in handcuffs.
No, there are people I know now that are homeschooling their kids, and I like them as people.
But they're a disaster.
You're not a teacher.
Right, that's what
You're
I'm
not.
saying, but they think they are.
252 WCMF. Look, we never had the homeschool experience. We can talk about private school all day long.
I can't imagine what I would have been homeschooled.
But this man, who we know very well, had a homeschool experience.
Oh.
Ben's on CMF. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good, Ben. What do you got?
Good to hear from you, buddy.
So, me and my younger brother were homeschooled. For me, the reason I was homeschooled is because I would spend just as much time at home doing my homework as I was at school.
Okay, I get what you're saying. And again, that goes back to what I was saying before. Not every kid, it's not a cookie cutter situation for everybody. If your kid needs the extra time.
Yeah, you're a little slower.
Yes. I mean.
Yeah, not a bad slow. Good slow.
No, but are you saying that? Are you, of all people,
He's slow,
who
but
just said
good.
I'm stupid and mean it? Are you saying that?
He's a bit of a slow boy.
Your father paid the equivalent of $70,000 to send you to kiddie prison, and you failed out of it.
Straight F's, bro.
Talked his way into a diploma.
Ben, you were saying, I'm sorry, buddy.
Yes. So for me, I noticed that the public school format where you do 45 minutes per each subject, and then you have to go do something totally different in 45. That doesn't work for me. I have to be I remember asking my mom when we first started. I'm like, can I just my history of today for the entire week? She's like, yeah, I don't see why not.
All right, but Ben, you got kids of your own now. Would you consider homeschooling them if you were the one responsible? Excuse me, for their education. Sorry.
No, I don't know, because I know that I can't teach my kids.
Okay,
It would
I'm
take
very
forever.
aware of that.
He's slow.
That's yes.
For it,
Ben's
because,
Slow
why
Academy.
didn't you get it?
Ben, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Good one, guys.
There goes Ben. Ben's phone was benning him.
Yes.
It would take him 3 days to get through the Pledge of Allegiance.
The Pledge of
Pledge of
Allegiance. God,
Allegiance.
the fact that you stumbled over that punchline gives me so much joy. My heart just grew 3 sizes.
You're my friend.
Yeah, you stupid friend. And I mean it. I guess, Kimmy, you know what bothers me?
What's that?
You're not Kimmy.
I'm listening.
Shut up.
It's a good show.
What bothers me about Pete's letter, right? And again, this extreme of if your teacher's no good in public school, public school sucks. it feels
it's going into it. Everybody's against you. Like that's the mentality you have going into it. So you're never going to be satisfied.
But it feels like today, and if I'm wrong, 252 WCMF, tell me, Kimmy, there is way more communication and way more leeway given to parents and kids from teachers than there were when we were coming up or when Tommy was coming
Communication for sure. I mean, I think teachers and parents have way more FaceTime with teachers than they used to. Yeah.
So for you to say, like, it's a lost cause, like, I kind of go back to what Tommy says. Like, again, this doesn't apply to absolutely every situation. But if you're getting it better than your parents and your grandparents did with their kids, what are you doing wrong?
Right.
Right? Like, at what point can you look in the mirror and ask yourself, like, what can I be doing better for the sake of my kid and for the sake of this education? I don't know. Like, it's a free education.
Yeah.
It's a pretty, like, I know we take it for granted, but it's a pretty remarkable thing.
It set the standard around the world.
Yes.
Man.
Yes.
And I think about this too. Like, my father, I don't think the times he met my teachers.
Oh, I thought you spazzed out for a second.
No, but I'm trying to think of the times he met my So when I went to that Christian school, I had to go in there with him to meet this guy, Dr. Hopkins, and he was the chancellor. He ran the school.
Sure.
And that's the only time my dad met the dude, signed the contract, and paid him.
And that's the only time you met him.
That's the only time I met him. So I graduated. Ryan. Look at that. And that's what I knew. And we got in the car. And he goes, yeah, I signed the contract and everything. He goes, I read the contract too. You know, they can smack you if they want. I go, what do you mean? He goes, they could do punishment. You better watch your mouth. So he was taking glee that this guy could beat my ass.
Oh, look, and knowing you 20 years, I totally get that.
He was thrilled that for like X amount of thousands of dollars, this guy could work me over like a mob hit.
Look, if there is one sentence I think encapsulates this entire discussion.
What's that?
The grass is not always greener on the other side.
True.
I like that.
That's
and that goes not only for your experience as a parent with those teachers, but for your kids' experience not only with the educators, but also the education they could be getting.
Yeah.
There you go. Let's take a break.
All right.
You know, as we're talking about old school sentiments versus new school sentiments.
Yeah.
There are rules that have always existed when two men are going to get in a fist fight. And there's one that we all had pounded in our heads as men when we were younger that may not be a rule anymore.
Oh.
Because, like, when I was reading this story and this little detail dropped, I was appalled because you are never supposed to punch a man with these.
Wait, like he had something on him?
Oh, no. The victim had something on him.
Oh.
And he punched him anyway.
Oh.
I'll explain next here at the break room on CMF. You want to talk about a bad neighbor situation?
What happened?
So bad, in fact, according to allegations, he broke an old school A#1 man fighting rule.
Yeah.
One that was pounded into the heads of gentlemen for like 150 years. Unless, these days, when stuff gets physical, no man is paying attention to this anymore. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll jump right into it. Feel like taking a trip out to Walworth?
Oh, sure.
That's where police were called to a home after reports of a dispute between neighbors at 7:30 in the morning all the way back on New Year's Eve.
Wait, New Year's Eve morning?
Uh-huh. Yep. According to police, a 52-year-old man and his neighbor got into an argument. We do not know what the argument was about. But police say at some point, the 52-year-old punched his neighbor in the face.
A total knuckle sandwich.
Straight up. Here's where it gets interesting, Tommy. Police say the punch was so powerful.
How powerful was it, Patrick?
It caused the victim's glasses to break.
Oh, that's even more embarrassing.
So the 52-year-old man not only allegedly punched his neighbor in the face, he punched a man wearing glasses.
Yes.
Tommy?
Yeah.
What does the old saying go?
Never hit a man wearing glasses.
When you were a kid, as a man, as a boy, there were 3 ultimate fighting rules you were taught. 1,
What's that?
don't fight girls. 2, don't hit a guy when he goes to the ground. 3, never punch a man with glasses.
Yes.
Is the never punch a man with glasses rule all done?
Apparently.
Or is this guy a
I was
massive
going to say, but
dick?
yeah, he's in his 50s.
He would have been taught to never punch a man
Oh,
with
yeah,
glasses
for
rule,
sure. He was,
right?
he was
It's an
around.
old rule.
Yeah. All right, can I ask a potentially stupid question?
What's that?
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Did the never punch a man with glasses rule exist because broken glasses would hurt the person you punch?
That's kind of what I would think. You're going to hurt yourself.
Or, Kimmy, was that rule a thing because people that wore glasses back in the day were looked at as weakling dorks?
Oh, yeah. It was a sign of, you couldn't see, you were weak. Yeah.
So that was it?
Yeah.
You're like punching down on something?
Yes.
Okay. A couple of L7 weenies.
Oh, yeah.
Square, man.
Well, it's also something about going for the eye area just seems like a low move, you know?
But you're punching the face.
But,
hitting you in
but
the
the same
face.
thing
Man,
where it's like,
the eyes are
you
there.
can't poke somebody in the eye in a fight because that's kind of dirty,
No,
right?
you're allowed to punch bridge of the nose if you're going to go. I
Right.
mean, there's no fighting. That's within the Queensberry rules.
Okay.
All right, whether or not the don't punch a man with glasses rule still exists,
Yeah.
the 52-year-old man, the suspect, was arrested, charged with harassment and something else. I forget. All right, so there's something else a little awkward in this story.
What's that?
So obviously, again, criminal mischief and harassment, I'm sorry, is what the 52-year-old was charged with. And because of the alleged face punching, the 52-year-old neighbor was given an order of protection. So he can't go near the guy he punched.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay, here's the problem.
What?
He lives next to him.
Yeah, how do you do that?
252-WCMF, 252-9263.
Have to go up with the tape measure?
Well, Tommy,
1,000 feet.
with most orders of protection,
It's usually 500 or 1,000 feet, right?
whatever, there is a number you can't go that close to the
Yeah.
person who filed it against you. In this case, that would probably be impossible.
Hey, what if you're both going for the mail?
Yeah. Let's say you're out shoveling the driveway
Yeah,
at the same
he's out
time,
there.
right? Does anyone know when someone lives next to you how restraining orders work? Like,
Yeah, but it's impossible to have it. You would have to have a special restraining order for
Right.
neighbors.
how does that work? I know there is somebody listening.
It's got to be a shorter
I'm
distance.
sure it exists more than we think. I mean, think of how many like neighbor disputes and legal
Yeah.
battles have happened between neighbors.
So, like, is it if let's say I'm the 52-year-old who allegedly punched the neighbor in
Yeah.
the face? If I see him, do I have to go away?
Or to go inside.
Yeah. Am I just not allowed to look or speak to that person?
Yeah, but I couldn't look at you. What are you doing?
No,
Four eyes.
You're under arrest. No, he's 2 eyes. You broke his glasses.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I would hope they would rewrite those rules so it's a little bit easier to just live.
Okay, but again,
I don't want to get pissed off and punch him again.
okay, but why would I be doing things to help the guy who punched him in the first
Well,
place?
because it also kind of, doesn't help you, the guy that got punched.
Yeah.
But the guy, like I said, the guy's not going to move. And he's 57?
52.
That guy's not moving. What?
I ju-
Well, I'm just saying, he's an older guy. It's not like he's going to pack up and move. He's settled in.
It just blows my mind. Kimmy, I've said 52 4 times. Where did 57 come from?
I mean, if
Think
you're
about ketchup?
7 kind of looks like a 2, maybe. I don't know.
No, but if you're a but again, if you're a 60-year-old guy,
Shut up.
62.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this 52-year-old man out in Walworth got in an argument with his neighbor 7:30 in the morning on New Year's Eve. Police say the argument led to the 52-year-old man punching his neighbor in the face, which broke the neighbor's glasses. Katie's on CMF. Hey, Katie, how are you?
Morning, guys. Favorite Katie from Maryland.
Hey, Maryland Katie, what's up?
So I grew up in the early 80s. Like, I'm 42. So I asked the same question, like, okay, why aren't you supposed to punch somebody wearing glasses?
Okay.
I was told that because, they looked at being weaker, and because I was taught by the men in my life, because you always want a fair fight. You make it a disadvantage. You break their glasses, they can't see you, then it's no longer a fair fight.
Okay.
They could really kick their ass.
So you're telling me then back in the day, if I wore glasses, I could just be the most obnoxious, over-the-top dick and no one could punch me in the face? Why would you not go get glasses?
Right? I mean, but, growing up, I wanted to know everything. I wanted to know why of everything. And
that's why you're so smart,
so
Katie.
essentially, yeah.
Yeah.
I wish. I'm like, yeah, no, I wish.
All right. Katie, great call. Thank you for the
I'm
call.
Tommy.
Yeah, it's not saying much. Thank you. Have a good rest of the day, Katie. Instagram message coming in. Eric writes us, Duff and WCMF. No rules in a street fight, especially at 7:30 a.m.
It's not a street fight. It's a neighborhood fight.
Yeah.
You live on a street.
Yeah, but it's not like a street fighting man. I was also trying to think of like famous, because you said you could be the biggest a-hole if you wanted to then with glasses.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of famous a-holes that wore glasses.
Back in the day?
There's probably a lot.
There got to be a bunch of them out there.
Well, why can't we name one?
I can't think of
can't
one.
even think of people in the 40s, 50s, and 60s that wore glasses now that we're talking
But
about
like in the 50s.
Kissinger.
Oh, yeah. Kissinger had those big, thick horn-rimmed glasses, the black ones.
And I can think of like...
But so did Buddy Holly. Buddy Holly and Kissinger wore the same glasses.
Yeah, but Kissinger could also play guitar.
But was Buddy Holly also a big a-hole? We don't know because he died in that plane crash.
Oh, that's why he died in the plane crash. He was being a big a-hole, distracted the pilot, took the whole thing down. Stop it, baby!
That's a big bopper.
Yeah, no, he was on the plane too, stupid. That was a joke. Poor Richie Valens just minding his own business. This joke is just for us. Kimmy, you were saying. I'm sorry.
The other thing that's it's going to suck about punching somebody with glasses, if you break them, it's going to cost you.
Do you have to pay for them?
I would, if you caused them to break.
Well, here's
the thing. I'm really pissed off. If I pay for the next ones, then they're mine. I'm going to break them again.
I will say this. Thank God for the people that live near these two men that this happened in the wintertime. Because if this was summer, both of these guys would be
see
pitching
them all the time.
And they'd be pitching their cases, Kimmy, to the people that live around them, why you should be on their side. You'd also be forced to hear some awkward back and forth.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Between these two guys that seem not to like each other before this incident happened. Like, think about this.
What's that?
If the allegations here are true, they happened on New Year's Eve. And back on New Year's Eve, the weather outside was awful, like all week long.
Yeah.
Cold temperatures, ice and snow. How much of a problem do you have to have with your neighbor where you can get in a physical fight when no one wanted to be outside?
Yeah, you had to hang there for a little bit for it to escalate to a punch.
Right.
What the hell happened?
You must really hate this bastard.
Unless there was an argument over snow blowing or snow
Could
shoveling
be.
or something like that. But then you're wearing your glasses out in the snow? They're all fogging up. You got little flakes on them?
I don't know.
I don't like it at all.
Me neither.
The other weird thing, you would think today with contact lens technology, the glasses fighting rule wouldn't have to apply.
Oh, but you still see a lot of people wearing glasses.
Yeah, but you're wearing them because you think you look cool, which you don't.
You wear glasses?
No, I wore those blue light glasses for a little while, but I felt like a dork. And not like a dork, like if you wear glasses, you're a dork. Like because I didn't need them, I felt like I was trying too hard. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
I did look handsome.
But Kimmy wears glasses.
But she's a huge dork. And who's Kimmy going to get in a fight with?
She kicked
but I don't really need these. These are those blue light glasses.
See, trying too hard. Trying too hard.
All right.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Chris. Hey, Chris, how are you, buddy?
I'm good. How are you this morning?
Good, Chris. What do you got?
Well, look, with this whole thing, what makes me laugh about it is when I was on the school bus growing up as a kid, I hit a girl with glasses.
You're a monster.
Not a good idea. And I feel Megan, I'm sorry.
How old were you, Chris?
Probably 6.
Okay.
Oh, with a little kid.
Well, yeah, I would. You thought he was 18?
No, I wouldn't do that then, but man, I learned my lesson. Stop hitting people in general.
Good. That's a good
Hey,
lesson,
there you
Chris.
go.
There you go. Someone should have Chris talk to this guy.
Stop hitting people.
Chris, thanks for the call. I could not imagine what would have happened to me at 6 years old if the school called my dad and said I had punched a girl with glasses on. It's like the ultimate sin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There'd be a lot of shame in that
Right?
one. Yeah.
Right?
You wouldn't live that down the rest of your life.
No, you would. Oh, like, you know.
That's
Especially
not
with
a
your
story you
dad.
tell people, even though you were only 6.
He just
You should
apologized.
be embarrassed forever.
He just apologized to Megan. You know, Megan has told that story about Chris her entire
Probably.
life.
Oh, sure.
Guy named Chris. I was
Yeah.
wearing glasses.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
a girl. He
Right.
punched me when I was 6 years old.
Yeah, that'll traumatize you.
All right. So look, I mean,
Yeah.
don't punch anyone with glasses is a good rule.
Good
don't
idea.
punch anyone. Period.
Yeah, there you go. Keep your hands to yourself.
There you go. All right, let's take a break. We talked about it around this time yesterday. Local guy done good showed up on national television.
Yeah.
Did you watch it?
No.
Really?
No. I'm not going to watch it.
I got other things to do, like 40 Netflix shows.
Yes, I do.
Guy made a run.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
We'll tell you all about it next here in the break room on CMF. There are two kinds of people in this world, Tommy.
Yes, suckers and who else?
No, you idiot. We're not talking about your mom. We're talking about these kind of people. There are people who, whatever they accomplish, will stand back, look at it, and be proud of themselves for getting as far as they did.
That's great.
And then there are people who will accomplish great things, come up just short of the ultimate goal, and hate themselves forever.
Yeah.
And I am curious what kind of man this guy is.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 9 o'clock this morning, this change in the way that we worked starting 5 years ago was going to revolutionize employment in America.
Oh, yeah.
And everybody that had the opportunity to do this, okay, I take that back. A lot of people who had the opportunity to do this wanted to work this way forever.
Mm-hmm.
It has started to change, despite the fact that this new study has, without question, hands down scientifically proven that this is better not only for the employees, but for the people that employ them as well.
Oh.
And we'll explain just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. It was around this time yesterday that we let everybody listening know a Rochester man was going for it all on Jeopardy.
Yeah.
David Bond, born and raised in the 19th Ward, Aquinas graduate, served in the Navy, worked at RIT as a research specialist,
All right.
and had already appeared on 3 Jeopardy games.
We got to this round.
Well, yeah, he had been a wild card for the Tournament of Champions. All of the best Jeopardy players all year long back to be named the ultimate Jeopardy player.
Mm-hmm.
He was on News 8 last night, competing against 2 other Jeopardy champions.
Yeah.
David Bond fell just short of advance.
Oh, no, David.
He came in second place. He lost by a mere $4,000 to the woman who moved on.
Oh.
So his run is over, and he will most likely, Kimmy, never appear on Jeopardy ever again.
Yeah, I don't know how that works. Like, do you keep getting invited back even if you don't win the Tournament of Champions? Because technically you're still a champion, right?
Yeah, I mean, he won twice.
Yeah.
I think, it's by season, and unless you, keep winning and winning and winning.
Yeah, because I feel like there are some people I see, year after year, so I don't know how they make that selection.
All right, so for those who weren't listening yesterday, we told you that David was kind of obsessed with getting on Jeopardy.
Yeah, he'd been working on it for years.
10 years he had tried and finally accomplished it. And being on 4 Jeopardy episodes and being invited back to the Tournament of Champions is something that only a handful of human beings can say they ever did, right? That is amazing.
Making an appearance, yeah.
But, Kimmy, at the same time, you were $4,000 away from moving into the round of 9.
Well, and I don't know if you watched the episode, but there were times where he was, ahead, he was winning until, Final Jeopardy. I think he was a few thousand short, and then nobody got the final question.
Final Jeopardy. It was all about math. Yeah. It all came down to what you wanted to risk, and he misplayed it, and he lost.
Okay.
No, I don't think he would have won anyways.
You get what I'm saying.
Mm.
But nobody
got the Final Jeopardy question.
Right.
Yeah.
So he couldn't have caught her anyways.
Kimmy?
Yeah.
Here is my question. If you are this man, are you proud of yourself for coming this far, or are you devastated that you had it in your hands to move on and it didn't happen?
I think when you were that close, like I said, and you kind of watched your lead slip away in the end, I think that hurts more. I think you're kind of devastated because now you're just running through what you missed, what you should have known, and how close you could have come. Instead of if you got blown out, then it's just well, I'm just happy to be here.
Tommy, if you're Mr. Bond, thank you for not doing it. Are you walking away satisfied, or are you walking away devastated?
It's got to eat away at him. I mean, he trained that hard.
Yeah, but he did win. He has won before, so he's at least got that.
Yeah, but what happened there, Mr. Know-It-All?
Why are you mad at it? God, I hate you so much.
No, but it's got to eat away at him.
No, there's a difference between...
He's driven.
There's a difference between saying it's got to eat away at him and criticizing him for appearing on 4 Jeopardy episodes.
I would also think
You're so smug.
He is. He won. He won. He's very smart. He won 2 games of Jeopardy.
You know what they say, a loser goes home, baby?
That's what?
I'm going to say it doesn't hurt as much losing in those earlier rounds of the Tournament of Champions.
Oh,
as it would if you got to that final round.
Taste of the good life, man.
That would suck way more.
No, I don't know. I think it hurts more to lose in the first round. If I get one under my belt, hey, at least I got another one.
Okay.
But then this is his. They fly out to L.A. They treat you nice.
Yeah.
And then you got to drag your ass home.
Yeah.
That's got to suck, man.
I mean, to your point, you had a taste of what it was like, and you're never going to get it again.
You could have kept him going, man.
Yeah. But on the other hand, again, who has that experience?
Right.
Who has that experience of being able to go out to L.A., be on
Multiple
national television,
times.
right?
Oh, it's a hell of a run.
And you're going to have that factoid about yourself for
Yeah.
the rest of your life to impress people.
Do you get
But you're always going to have to tell people how you did. Because if you go, I was on Jeopardy.
But he did win.
I won
mean,
2
you
games.
can't. Yeah,
Right.
I won 2 games and then fell short in the Tournament of Champions. But I don't think anybody's going to be like, "Oh, man, you really suck."
Well, he would.
But I hope I'm not at that party. And some other people I know.
Who?
What did I say?
I am.
I
I'm
didn't say
amazed
you.
by this guy. I told.
I didn't say you.
When you win, do you get something you can display?
Yeah, the
as
boot. When they give it to you. Get out.
Got that?
Boot your ass.
Do you get a plaque?
You
or
must
like
get a plaque for being on Jeopardy.
Man, you almost did it,
He won 2 games.
I know.
Mr. Bond.
Steven writes us on Instagram, Duffy at WCMF. Better to have loved and lost than not to have loved at all. I say he should be very proud of himself.
He should be, man.
I agree.
I couldn't do that.
No, I know you can't do that.
You couldn't do it.
I couldn't win 2 games, that's for sure. I'd win 1.
You think you'd win one?
Here comes the arrogance.
We're not going to do this again.
I didn't say anything.
We got to hate.
I didn't say anything.
You could do it. I could do it. I tried to get on. I couldn't, but I could do it. You can't do it.
How'd you do? Did pretty good. So I got this boot that they gave me.
Can you Google if you get anything for appearing on Jeopardy?
I've never seen anything.
Because this guy won I think $70,000.
Right, but like you're saying, like last night for making it that far in the round, but leaving.
I'm asking just appearing
like
on
a-
a Jeopardy episode.
Oh,
Do
you maybe get like a plaque or something?
That's what she just said.
Why would they give you a plaque?
Well, because
just to have something to put on display to show people.
man, if I made it on a Jeopardy, my entire basement would be pictures of me on Jeopardy.
I mean,
I would have blankets made of me sitting there with the buzzer in my hand.
Wouldn't you just want to have a picture of you and the host?
I don't even know. I mean, I know who the host is, but I forget his name right now. It's not Alex Trebek anymore, which kind of sucks.
Ken Jennings.
Ken Jennings, yeah. The smart
No,
guy.
he's not doing it anymore, is he?
No,
Yeah, he
so
is.
him and me. Is
Jackie Green.
I think it's just Ken Jennings now.
If you're gonna do a joke, could
The
you
guy who used to do the news?
shut up.
He's
Shut
dead.
up. Nobody got that except for Canadians.
Peter Jennings.
Everyone,
dead.
yeah, we got it. Except they didn't.
Noon today.
It looks like the only time you get a trophy, you get the Trebek trophy if you win Jeopardy Masters.
Jesus, you got to go all the way to the end.
Yeah, but that's the only thing I'm seeing about a trophy.
So you
or a
had to hit it
plaque.
all of it.
Oh no, Jeopardy Masters is even harder than you think. If I'm not mistaken, Jeopardy Masters is the tournament where they put all the winners of the tournament.
So it's all the
together.
champions. Yeah. It's the best of the best.
Exactly. Like you had to make it through the entire tournament of the year. You win that, and then you go up against the other
All the other
people that have
guys,
won.
yeah.
And that one like douchey guy from Vegas who's a professional gambler keeps winning. I hate that guy.
Was that guy still around?
He's still around.
He still shows up every now and then.
He is so effing annoying.
Yeah, but he knows everything.
Oh, he knows everything. Yeah, because if there's one guy you love, it's a know-it-all. You douchebag. I'm disappointed they don't give you something to display.
They probably do give you like a little gift bag of tchotchkes with the Jeopardy on it when you go on. You probably get the game.
Obviously, you get the money, but okay. So the National College Championship, they get a trophy.
Boo.
But the only thing I'm seeing is the Trebek trophy, and that's for the Jeopardy Masters
get nothing.
winner.
So Shawnee writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF. Dude, Shawnee. Again, talking about our guy from Rochester, David Bond, appearing in the Tournament of Champions last night in Jeopardy, came up just short. If you didn't love him enough, he also, reminding us, he wrote Go Bills on his final Jeopardy.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, how cute.
Go Bills. Go Bills.
All right.
David, we're proud of you, buddy. Keep that chin up. You're way smarter than Tom. Speaking of smart,
Yeah.
when this was happening, I think a lot of us assumed this was going to revolutionize the way that we work in America.
Yeah. Well, it kind of was.
Well, I mean, Tommy,
We had the technology now to do it.
it was benefiting employees. We thought it was benefiting employers.
I thought there was numbers that showed that it was a better way to go.
Well, okay, so there were a lot of little studies done.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, things started going the other way. We have in front of us the first multi-year comprehensive study. And this study shows what those other smaller studies have suggested the whole time. That allowing your employees to do this is not only infinitely better for them, it's infinitely better for the employers themselves.
So we should be doing this.
Why aren't we? We'll explain what we're talking about, and we'll do it next here in the break room on CMF. It's official.
What's that?
The work has been done. The science has been studied.
Oh, fantastic.
And this makes all of us happier at our jobs. But there's a problem, Tom.
What's that?
One, not every job is capable of this arrangement.
Mm-hmm.
Two, there is a big push from major corporations to end this completely.
But you're saying it's working.
Tommy, it's the strangest thing. I'm not saying this. This is not me saying
Right.
it. Right? The study shows
Mm-hmm.
the happier your employees, the more you are going to get out of them.
More productive.
And this makes them happier, healthier, and better.
Mm-hmm.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 9:25, 9:30. If you are a millennial or a Gen Xer,
Yeah.
this was, if your mall had one of these, the greatest experience when you were a kid walking through.
Really?
And the last one that has ever existed has finally closed forever.
On the Earth?
On Earth.
On
And
the Earth.
I want you to think hard about your mall experience from back in the day.
Yeah.
And see if you could figure out what it is before we get there.
Okay.
You would have hated this thing, but I know Kimmy has nothing but fond memories.
Oh.
We'll tell you what it was. Just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy!
Yeah, right.
The University of South Australia, one of the break room's biggest educational influences, just finished a groundbreaking study.
What did they find out?
Well, they wanted to see what kind of effect working from home actually had on employees and the businesses that employed them.
Mm.
So they did a 4-year, massive, long-term study.
Yeah.
They tracked everything they could about employees' well-being from mental to physical to performance. And they got one resounding answer. People that work from home are better in every single way than the folks that are forced to work from a central location.
So they're crushing it.
Yes.
Okay.
When it came to physical and mental health, the study showed that work-from-home employees averaged 30 or more minutes of more sleep per night. That's 3 extra hours a week.
That's a lot.
It's important for physical health.
Mm-hmm.
They found the actual commute for workers is a massive contributor to mental stress, and folks that work from home had less fatigue and less anxiety just losing the daily commute.
Yeah.
They found the nutritional habits of people who worked from home were way better than people that had to go into their jobs. People that work from home, on average, made healthier food choices. They, on average, ate more vegetables, fruits, and dairy. They were more likely to make home-cooked meals, not just for lunch, but for dinner with the extra time that they had. They also saved a ton of money not having to spend food out of the house. On the family front,
Yeah.
this study found
Oh,
that
they're sick of you.
This study found that parents reported more involvement in their children's daily lives working from home. Couples reported better relationship satisfaction.
Yeah, buddy.
All right, let's pause there. Do you believe that couples that work from home together had better relationships?
At first.
Yes.
But the wheels come off that really fast, man.
Because you had that experience.
Yeah.
Your wife was home
Yeah.
when we were working from home during the pandemic.
Yeah, she couldn't stand it after a while.
Kimmy, you had to, you were here. You were
Yeah,
forced to come
I
in.
was here.
Yeah, sucks for you. We could sacrifice Kimmy. Tommy and I had to stay home.
Yes.
Because, I love my wife.
I know you do.
There was a time.
There was a time.
Thank you. When we were home for that 6 months where, both of us were ready to kill each other.
Oh, yeah. I think everybody was at that point.
Okay, but on the whole, the study showed that family dynamics were better for the people that worked from home. And what might be the most important piece of info in this study for actual businesses that employ people?
What are they saying?
There has been a belief, Tommy, that people who work from home are slack-assers.
Yeah.
Right?
It's been said.
Distracted, lazy, no one keeping an eye on them. It's been said by who?
Other slack asses.
Yeah?
Radio slack asses.
The study showed the opposite. Quote, the professional performance of people who work from home not only maintained previous levels, but often improved while working from their house.
So it checks all the boxes. So then why do they want you back?
Okay, actually, hold on.
Right.
There were 2 things
that
were a problem.
Categories.
2 problems that showed up in this study, Kimmy. First, people who work from home were more likely to drink more.
Okay.
And not
Well,
necessarily.
drinking did go up at that point.
Yeah.
And they are clear in the study, not necessarily on the job, but when people had more time to themselves, it led to a lot of them to reach for a bottle. That's
I would
bottle,
imagine having some extra time could get you into trouble.
Oh, yeah.
They also found these benefits only showed up in people who volunteered to work from home.
Okay.
We found out during the pandemic all those years ago that, Tommy, working from home is not for everybody. You and I felt that way. We hated it.
Yeah.
And people that were forced to work from home by their company in this study did not see the same levels of satisfaction. But people who volunteered were far and away healthier and more productive than their in-office counterparts. So you were saying, I'm sorry.
So, so then why, if it all checks off that everything, it checks all the boxes that you wanted, Why do they want you back?
That is the ultimate question. And the phone number is 252-WCMF. Why do you think that is?
Control. They're afraid of losing control of their employees, too much independent thinking, too much going outside the corporate think box, going off on your own, going rogue.
Tommy unplugged his brain from the corporate think box there for a second.
They want control over their employees, and I think they think the longer they stay home, the less connected they feel to the company, and they start going off on their own, and they're going to lose control of the corporate mandate, I guess what you would call it.
Okay.
Right?
You kind of lost at the end, but I get what you
No, I'm saying, like, the corporation has, like, this is how we do things.
No, I understand.
And you start going off on your own. This is not what we want. They want you to think all the same.
I don't disagree that companies think that way.
But why else would they want you back?
I don't know. What's interesting about that thought, though, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263, because I agree with Tommy here. The ultimate question is, with all of this information and this super comprehensive
And it's
study,
working well for the company.
exactly, why would they want you back? The idea that you have more control over someone in an office, I think, is a stupid idea.
Yeah, but that's old school thinking, and most of these guys are old schoolers.
Okay,
right?
but let's walk through the idea of control. A lot of people that were able to work from home for a couple of years that were forced back into the office got very upset by that.
Yeah.
So upset that we saw studies, people were looking for work from home jobs so they would not have to go back in the office. If your employee is happier working from home, I would argue you are less likely to lose them, which is going to save you a fortune in hiring new people.
But I've also found that there's like a generational divide when it comes to this debate. I do find that like older people in the workforce, like they really, really value that face-to-face, in-person meeting. Like they think it's an important part of,
I'm a
communication
I'm
with
a
your
me
coworkers. And even though studies show that, the work is getting done, they think that you're still missing out on that aspect of your work life.
Look, I get gut feelings, and I get thinking, and I get tradition and all that stuff. But when you have study after study after, and then this one that's 4 years long that shows, no, that's not the case.
Yeah, but then you start sitting at home, and you're smoking your left-handed cigarettes, looking at union propaganda.
What?
Maybe some leftist magazines.
Okay. Why can't I read my online leftist magazine at my job?
Because you're going to go union.
And if you're worried about me unionizing, wouldn't me being in the office be a bigger problem?
Where I can, them home unions.
Where I can communicate with the rest of my coworkers?
The Union of the International Brotherhood of Homies.
Also, if I get high, can't I just pop an edible while I'm at the office and you'd have no idea?
Probably.
Well, you'd be giggling over there.
Yeah.
And everything.
Okay. Be a nice change of pace in this room. Like, whatever argument you give as to why you should be back in the office, and look, I'm open to them. Because here's the thing. I'm not insisting, right? I didn't do this study that work from home is better. What is the reason? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What concrete, rock-solid reason can anybody give that if somebody can do their job from home and wants to do it from home, their company should not allow them to do it?
So you got to think about this, too. So let's say your company has a big office building.
Yeah.
And they got to justify this office building or downsize it. And maybe they can't unload this building.
Okay.
So, like, they're stuck with a building.
If they're stuck with it, yes. But if they're not, if they can downsize or don't have to pay rent anymore, wouldn't that benefit the company?
If they're like, they did it here.
Yeah.
Like, they closed it off.
Yeah,
but,
we lost a floor.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it was this one. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Like, maybe they look at that, too. Like, we got this big building. We can't unload it on anybody, so we got to justify but keep them coming in.
Okay, that's a stupid reason. I get that maybe that might
I run
be
a very stupid company. We manufacture stupidity and stupidity-related products.
252-WCMF.
Stupid.
252-9263. This 4-year-long massive study about work from home has found in almost every single example that employees who work from home were healthier, they enjoyed their jobs more, they got more work done, it benefited them family-wise. Everything about working from home was a benefit as opposed to forcing people to come back in the office. Yet we are seeing the opposite happen right now with these major corporations forcing people to come back in. And again, this is not the only study that has showed these results. I would also argue, like, the thing that surprised me the most about this study was the healthier from home.
Yeah,
the lifestyle, choices. The food and everything.
Yeah.
I know. I would think I'd be way more tempted to just snack all day if you're right around the corner from the refrigerator.
100%. But when you want to talk about benefits for companies also, you guys remember like 20 years ago.
What's that?
Companies started offering incentives for employees to quit smoking.
Oh, yeah, for the health insurance.
Yeah, it was for health. They wanted to save money on health insurance. If I own a massive business And I see in this study that my employees are eating healthier, getting more exercise, lowering their stress levels working from home. Wouldn't that save me money on health insurance?
It would. Maybe that's an angle they should push.
Right?
Yeah.
Again.
Good call. It's a good call, Pat.
No, I mean,
that's more your commie talk.
We've talked.
Pat's Commie Corner over there, the red state.
How is working from home communist? I'm still working for a corporation. I'm still a cog in the machine.
I think Lenin started communism out of his house.
Did he really?
Yeah, he was. I think he was homeschooled.
And again, I do think there are enough people who get comfort from going into the office where you wouldn't have companies that have no one coming in every day.
Yeah.
Like whatever.
You could have both.
Yes.
Is what you're saying.
Whatever job I do, I know me. I would like to be able to leave my house and go do my job.
It's more structured.
Yeah, you're the same way. We need that. So it's not like you'd lose that day-to-day interaction with absolutely everybody.
I'm also. I wonder if people are less likely to call in sick.
How do you?
Working from home.
You're already home.
There was that. No, there were a couple people.
There
who
are
were
people
calling
that
sick.
yeah.
Oh, you're
How
doing it.
about she was late to work one day from her bed? She got backed up by the refrigerator.
But that person's going to call in anyways.
Yeah, they do.
I would just think, like, if I could, I might be more likely to muscle through it if I'm not feeling great. If I'm just going down the hallway to my desk.
I agree with you. I would feel like I don't have an excuse to not go to work.
Yeah, you got your medicine right there.
You know, the thing that blows my mind the most about this whole work from home thing, and again, I am not a guy that wants to work from home.
Yeah.
These companies that are forcing people back into the office to have more control over them, I would also argue have less control with them in the office than they do having them at home. And sure, you can see them sometimes and walk down and talk to them.
Yeah.
But think about the time wasted at the average office shooting the crap with coworkers. The bitching and the moaning about where you work that wouldn't be happening with coworkers if they weren't standing together. The busy work that gets pushed on people that does nothing for anybody just to make it look like they're working, justifying their time in the office.
But the boss man can keep an eye on you.
But you're not. You're not keeping an eye on me.
But you don't know that. I might be keeping my eye on you.
No, but the funniest thing,
making my rounds.
The boss man is also finding a way to look busy because he doesn't have enough work to do.
Wait. He's a commie too?
Oh, everyone's a commie according to you. It's just Red Square over here.
One of my favorite comedians, Red Square.
Shut up.
Somebody just brought up another great point.
Okay.
If more people are working from home, that's, there's a smaller percentage of people stealing from work.
That's a good point.
So, all those pencils that go missing in the beginning of every school year, those will still be around, Like, it might help that aspect of it.
And it's less money you got to spend.
Depending on what you got lying around.
It's less money you got to spend on supplies, period, with nobody in the office.
True.
All right, 252 WCMF. We've been rambling. I'm sorry. Folks have been waiting. Folks are writing us messages. Let's talk to John. Hey, Johnny boy. How are you, brother?
Hey, guys. I'm doing great. Hey, a couple things on this. So this is a small sample size. I'm fully remote. They don't care where I live as long as there's an airport. But corporate, after the pandemic, and the same thing, our corporate's in another city out of state, but same thing with New York City. They paid for the leases on those buildings, and they want people back in the office to be in those buildings. And our corporate actually installed a policy that all the employees who work in their corporate have to actually report back into the office at least 4 days a week, or you get dinged on your performance review. And one guy actually was not in his office, didn't miss a swipe, and they moved his office in line of sight of his supervisor so his supervisor could see that he was actually in his office during the attended time.
What a dick.
But it kind of goes back to what I was saying. Like, they want to use up that office space. They have to justify it.
You're right. But, let's...
Exactly.
But let's walk...
And you know what? He's keeping an eye on it.
But you said the only people that...
Red Ted over there.
Red Ted.
So basically people kind of got punished for living near your corporate office. Like, you don't have to because you don't live near it, so you kind of benefit from that.
So when I was hired, it was a remote job anyway. All right. So I've been fully remote for 14 years. But yes, corporate people downtown in this location, they worked from home during COVID. It's fine. But we signed a new 10-year lease on the building, and they want fannies in the seats at that building.
Drag your ass in.
Yep. Drag your fanny, buddy. All right, so, John, let me ask you a question. You've worked remote for 14 years. If there's one thing I've heard from people who like doing this, it's once you go there and you enjoy it, you can never go back. John, if they told you, hey, we now have an office in Rochester, we need you to report every day, would you do that, or would you look for another remote job?
He's bailing.
I would look for another remote job.
He's gonna bail. He's got it too
hard.
sweet, man.
Yeah.
Well, John, do you feel like you're more productive working remotely, or are you more productive working in an office setting?
I think it takes a certain type of person to be able to work remote. You have to have a resolve to get up in the morning and actually get things done.
John gets after it.
Schedule your customer visits and all that stuff. So
plan your work and work your plan.
Yeah.
John, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
See you guys.
All right, can I point out, though?
Yeah.
Look, again, I don't understand you as a person.
No, I don't.
I don't.
I don't
know where he sits.
Because you sit here and we're having this discussion, and you are making great points about why work from home benefits these employees and about how stupid some of these
Overall
employers are.
health.
Yeah. And then we have a job where everybody but the on-air talent, and talent loosely, only has to come in 2 days a week.
Hybrid.
And the days that they are not here, you crush these people for not coming
How
into
about
the
the
office.
days they are here? He tracks what time everybody gets in the morning.
I'd be a good boss.
No, you wouldn't. You had the
I'd
opportunity.
run all these reds out of here.
You were promoted
Look at
3
Round them
so-and-so
up.
strolling in just before 9 a.m.
You were promoted 3 times at the grocery store to boss. You got knocked down every single time. So are you pro work from home or are you anti work from home?
I guess I am pro work from home if it's me, but I don't want to do it.
But
so
you didn't like working
I hate
from home.
It. I hate
Okay.
it.
You like when people have the option to, though.
Yeah, the options, Pat.
But this is an option. You're allowed to come in
and
if you
they
want to.
fully take advantage of those options, Pat.
Miss Chud Muffin writes us on Instagram. Again, if you're just joining us, we're talking about this massive 4-year study done about working from home. And this study found in almost every single metric that employees who work from home were better. They were healthier. They worked harder. They had better relationships with their family. They had better mental health, less anxiety. It was better. They were working harder, getting more work done. It was better for the businesses. Yet, despite this study and what it found, all of these companies, a lot of corporations are forcing people back into their offices. Miss Chud Muffin writes
What's she saying?
on Instagram, Duffy at WCMF. She says, I'd prefer to work from home even when my husband works from home. They think we need social interaction and communication in person, which is total BS. Whenever we have meetings, even when everyone's in the same offices, they still attend the meeting via Zoom from their desk. Can we talk about that?
Yep.
That happens here all the time. We're like, we will have a
We'll
meeting.
go into separate rooms so our Zoom videos don't interact with each other.
Yes, we have to
so
leave.
There's no echo.
Like, there's literally a meeting room right down the hallway.
Yeah, true.
This is an interesting angle.
What's that?
Because there are people who make a living working in people's homes. You know,
in their home.
Well, like what sucks about the work from home debate is there will never be consensus in this country because there are a lot of jobs where you cannot work from home.
Well, yeah, obviously.
You can't be a plumber from home.
No.
You can't be a housekeeper from home, for example. Pam writes, I clean houses for a living. I hate when people work from home.
Oh, he's got to suck.
They follow me around. It takes me twice as long to do my job.
You got to work around him.
Yeah. So she also says, aren't you supposed to be working? I don't think they are working as hard.
Oh, well, now she sees.
But again, you might be doing the same thing at the office. I don't know.
Here's the thing, Pam.
Wandering around.
Why are they following you around? Maybe you're not working as hard when they're not there, huh? Huh, Pam?
All right, so you're saying Pam might be
I'm just saying, if
slacker.
you're bothered by them watching you clean, maybe if you
It would suck, though, if you're used to not having anybody in the house to clean. Now I got to work around you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, you're not wrong. I don't know, man. Like, again, if I wanted to work from home, having kids especially.
It's brutal.
Oh, yeah, just getting them on the bus.
Yes, right? And like
The flexibility of that kind of stuff.
And like not having to deal with a ride in and a ride out.
Potential if you pay for parking.
Paying for lunch.
Yeah.
Right?
Speeding tickets, parking tickets.
Getting busted on a camera that catches you going too
Trumped
fast.
up charges.
We'll wrap it up with this.
What's that?
Jason writes us. Being in commercial construction, our masons, laborers, carpenters, etc., need to report to a job site every day at 7 a.m.
Well,
in
no
the rain,
kidding.
slow, sleet, and heat. There is no way the office folks can work from home in their pajamas. Home folks may be happier, but our field team will be more upset. The field team pays the bills. But here's the thing, Jason. I mean, those people made the decision to go into those jobs, right? And those jobs pay pretty well. And whether or not they like coming in, I hate the argument, I have to go in, so you should have to come in too. It's like someone getting cancer and being like, I wish everyone else had cancer. Like, I mean, there are perks to job. Like, those people that work in the field have skills that the folks that work from home don't have, right? Like,
but they have soft skills.
Yeah. No, I'm saying if
Well,
I'm a
it's
mason or a plumber.
necessity of the job.
You're a man's man. Because they're getting a job done. Look at all these soft reds over there. These commie bastards.
I don't know. What are you talking about?
Probably thinking about dreaming about unions over there.
Again.
Actually, I'm a union guy because I lay brick.
Yeah. What?
I don't know. Starting to hate myself over it.
Talk about Pinko Jason. Let's take a break.
Big Jake?
I think, Kimmy, you can make the argument that for Gen Xers and millennials, this was the ultimate mall experience.
Oh.
Right? It wasn't like a Dave & Buster's or a Funscape where you went there to have fun. It was a store that existed just to sell you something. But they went so above and beyond in this store that, one, there was not one of these at every single mall. That's how unique they were. Yet, two, when you walked in, it wasn't just buying. It was an experience.
Oh, okay.
The last one that has ever existed has closed forever.
Oh.
And I'm dying to know,
Kimmy,
if folks our age are going to be able to figure out what we're talking about.
Okay.
And we'll tell you what it is next here in the break room on CMF. I've been teasing this for like half an hour.
What happened?
Because this is a big millennial Gen X kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because going to the mall as a millennial Gen Xer, Kimmy, that was a social thing to do.
Yep.
But even as a kid, when you were younger, there were a couple of stores in the mall that stood out. You could not leave without going.
You had to take a peek.
Exactly. And this was the ultimate entertainment to get you in without existing just to be entertainment.
Oh, wow. You're
hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. I told you the last one of these stores has closed forever, which means they no longer exist anywhere in the world.
And they were in the mall.
You got it. I have described them over and over again. I'm going to start with you because I think Kimmy's got a better shot at it. Can you guess which store I've been referring to?
Well, it's not it doesn't sound like a store.
It's a store. They sold
you said
things,
an experience.
but it was a store that became an experience. They designed it this way to draw you in.
Was it Brookstone?
Was not Brookstone. Not a bad guess.
All right.
By the way, Brookstone still exists only in airports.
Oh, in case you need a globe.
There you go. Kimmy, you want to take a shot?
Spencer's.
No, Spencer still exists.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. The last ever Disney store closed over the weekend.
Disney store.
Man, how did they go bad?
So it's not that they went bad. It's just they're finding
no need for it.
Yeah,
Oh.
I mean, you can go online and buy all the Disney stuff you need.
I really don't know many people that bought stuff from it.
I don't
to your
think
point.
I ever bought anything at a Disney
Well, it had to
store.
be super expensive.
So the final ever Disney store existed in Paris. They closed last weekend.
Paris?
Yep, Paris had the last ever Disney store, and pictures of it. It looks, Kimmy, exactly like the Disney
really,
store we
with
remember.
the whole mountain of stuffed animals.
That's what drew you in.
Yeah.
And then you had like the interactive characters when you walked in. They were always
Disney everything from like watches to like snow globes to it's things you didn't really need, but it was Disney themed.
and they were always playing movies on all the screens
Yeah,
that were inside there.
yeah.
Like when you were a kid, you could not go to the mall without
Yeah.
stopping for a second
They suck you in.
inside the Disney store. Yes, of course they suck
Mm-hmm.
in. It was
Do
like
your
the-
rounds.
It was a Tommy's mom of retail
I'm
stores.
gonna drag my mother to Disney.
Just I wasn't even a Disney person, and I
No.
loved the Disney store.
Yeah, it was.
But then people were always
was-
so overly nice in there too.
How often did you go
Yeah,
to a
why
Disney
would
store?
you have gone
creep?
into a
I've been
Disney
in.
store?
I've been in there. I've been there.
Okay, I've taken a look. Got a couple of stuffed animals.
It was
Play with
also it was like the closest thing you could get to Disney World.
Yeah, your
I think
broke
that's
ass
what it
wasn't
was.
going.
As a kid, you went in there and you felt like you were at the theme park.
It had to be like for poor kids. Awesome.
Yeah, it was. It was awesome.
Oh, child.
It was awesome. Shut up, you dick.
You're like Lou Graham. It was a sold out show.
And one stuffed animal. Aw.
I would love to take a stroll
Through
in
an
one
old
of
Dis-
those again.
Through a Disney
Yeah.
store. So, I'm thinking about this. I see the story yesterday, and I get hit with this wave of nostalgia. I'm like, oh, man, that was fun. There were several stores between like 1990 and 1995 that existed only to draw you in with entertainment to sell you stuff. Warner Brothers did a similar thing. They had the Warner Brothers store. Do you remember that?
Did we have one?
So
here?
there was one in the Galleria in Buffalo.
Okay.
And that was always like way more
Yeah.
extreme than the Disney store. They had an interactive spaceship you could play with inside the WB
Damn.
store in the Buffalo
That's pretty
Galleria.
cool.
Well, when Darien Lake became Six Flags, they had those Warner Brothers stores, didn't they? Because I remember it was like all cartoon themed.
Yes, I think you're right.
It was like gift shops.
All right, I'm going to need some help from people listening because I have been trying to remember the name of this store for years, and it escapes me.
What's that?
It existed in Marketplace Mall in the mid-'90s. When you walked in, it was like a rainforest. But I'm not talking about the thing that sold you like the rain machines and like the rocks.
Oh, that's what there was a nature store.
I'm not talking
Okay.
about the nature store. Kimmy, it was like a rainforest. They sold these weird-looking stuffed animals. There was always like nature sounds happening in the background, and it was like this experience of walking into like this fantasy Fern Gully kind of place. And I cannot remember the damn name of the store, but that was the one store we could not leave without going into because it was so unique. Does anybody?
So it wasn't the one that had like all the glow in the dark stars
No.
in the background, like because that was kind of an experience too. They always had nature sounds playing.
Yep.
They had like the crystals the rocks and crystals you could sort through.
Love that store too. That's not the
Yeah,
one I'm talking
so this
about.
is different.
This was different. It was like being in a forest, and they had these weird looking stuffed animals, and I
I do
cannot
not remember this place.
remember the effing name. It was in Marketplace Mall. Please, somebody help me. 252
It wasn't
WCMF.
called like the Rainforest store or some crap.
Oh, it was the rainforest.
Because it used to
Shut
be.
up.
Wasn't there like a rainforest like restaurant?
The Rainforest Cafe.
Yeah.
That's not
But
what?
that's
Was
not.
it- was
that
we
it-
was
didn't have a
different.
Rainforest Cafe, stupid.
You could get a hamburger in there.
No, there was no hamburger. You think, you think I wouldn't have remembered a
Oh,
hamburger?
you couldn't afford it.
Big old fat kid. Yeah, I would have gotten a
You
hamburger.
couldn't afford it, man. Ain't taking no food stamps.
I do miss the experience stores from our childhood.
Oh, the interactive ones.
They don't
They
exist
don't even
anymore.
have like a KB Toys anymore, most of them, right? Like the toy stores.
Yeah, they all tanked.
Yeah, there's no toy stores in malls anymore. Okay, there are like small independent toy stores, but all the toys are like made of wood. That's lame.
Yeah.
I mean,
the mom and pop joints.
Exactly.
I think they still the FYE stores.
FYE does still exist,
yeah.
but it's not what FYE
No,
used to
not
be.
what I remember. Where they had all the boom boxes on display and the speakers.
And
And
that
stuff.
okay, you brought that the FYE that existed in Henrietta off of Jefferson Road.
Yeah.
That was like going to an amusement
Well,
park.
that thing was huge.
They had the instruments out. They had
Yeah.
all the movies, like the place you could sit down and listen to music. God, I love that place. Bring it back.
They had a box set of every sitcom that ever existed.
The amount of money I spent on CD singles in that FYE,
Oh, yeah.
the stupidest investment you can
Yeah.
make. $5 for one song. The album's 12. I'll take the one song, please.
I'll just play it over and over and over.
I want the Notorious B.I.G. single because not only do you get the single, you get the single with no words over it. Like
Oh.
I was gonna be a DJ, so I would just like pretend I was the Notorious B.I.G.
Wait, there was no. It was just a rhythm.
Yeah,
no,
when they
no rhythm,
it
no
was
rap.
just the track. Like when they
Oh.
sold you the single, you got the single and you got just the track.
Oh,
Yeah.
then you had to do it yourself.
I would be in my living room.
Okay.
I don't know what you want from me. It's like
How sad is that?
I was a child. I was a child.
All right.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. The final ever Disney store closed in Paris over the weekend. They are gone forever. Gary's on CMF. Hey, Gary, how are you, buddy?
Good. How are you guys?
Good, man. What's up?
I remember the Disney store. We used to play a challenge where you had to go to the back of the store, touch the wall before anybody said hello to you, and we never were able to win that challenge.
So that was a common game because I've had multiple people write me on Instagram that they would try to do the same
Yeah.
thing.
Well, that's how friendly they
The
were.
customer service reps were always, hi. They would follow you to the back, and when you're almost to the back, they'd pop out and say hi.
Well, yeah,
Oh, my God.
Gary, they don't trust your criminal ass not
There you
shoplifting
go.
some giant stuffed animal.
Of course, nor should they.
Gary, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Was the store called Natural Wonders?
That's got to
Because
be it.
it gave me two. One was called Natural Wonders and the Nature Company.
It's not the
store.
Nature Company.
Okay.
I know it's not because that was the one that was across.
Was it no burgers? Just jungle.
No Burgers, Just Jungle, which is also the name of what was inside your mother's panties. No, I remember the Nature one because it was across the mall in Grease Ridge from what is now like Victoria's Secret.
All right, so what was it? This one was just
This
a
was
marketplace?
it was at Marketplace Mall. It was all the way in the end where Hollister used to be. Again, like the stores have changed so much now, I can't even do it right.
Remember.
Mike writes me Bugaboo Creek. No, you
No,
idiot. There were
that's
no
not it.
hamburgers. We already established there were no hamburgers.
No
Although,
bar? It didn't have a full bar?
It did not have a bar. See what you did, you dumbass. Although, like, now that he brings that up, even the restaurants that we got to go to when we were kids were super interactive.
That Bugaboo Creek, when it opened up, was such a smash. Like, I thought that thing was going to last forever.
But, like, think about the other place. Like, remember we talked the other day about Bahama Breeze?
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's like you were walking into, like, a cheeseburger in paradise kind of situation.
Yeah.
Like, when you sat down to eat at all of these old chain restaurants, the theme puts you in a different
Yeah.
place. And that doesn't exist anymore.
No.
Somebody said World of Science store?
Oh, yeah,
no, I know
No,
that
it was
one. It's not that
Jungle.
one.
It got it had jungle.
I'm telling you, I didn't make this up. I know I've experienced this before. God damn it. Bro, I'm telling you, I've Googled this 50 times. This has been
it didn't show up?
it's been like a 5-year thing. I cannot figure out what the name of this
Maybe it didn't exist.
It existed.
Maybe it was that weird neighbor that kept giving you wine lollipops.
Scott writes us on Instagram.
What?
Duffy at WCMF. Scott is insisting it's called Natural Wonders. I'm telling
I
you.
think
it's
that's
not.
right.
All right, Miss Chudmuffin, The Lost Forest. Kimmy, can you Google The Lost Forest? See what that comes up there.
I think that was a movie.
What?
Yeah, I think that was a movie.
The Lost Forest. Is that a weird porn that you watched when you were a kid?
I watched a lot of weird porn.
Yeah, I know you
All right,
did.
it does look like a rainforest.
All right, okay. You stay put. I'm going to come look at the picture. Don't move.
What's it called?
It's like Google Images, so I.
What's the name of it?
Was it
The
like
Lost
something
Forest?
Like that?
That's it.
That's the one right there. That's it. It's a Lost Forest. That was
Okay,
the one.
that's
no
what it
kidding.
is. The Lost Forest.
That's it. Thank you.
All right.
No, I'm telling you, you don't know what a relief this is that I did not imagine.
I
this
don't
place.
remember this place.
It was
at
an
all.
experience, Kimmy.
Well, it had
was
to be
an
an experience for you because how you live. Like, you were never going to experience anything nice.
What?
Like, the mall had to mean so much more to you. Like, Kimmy probably took nice vacations. Her parents loved her.
Every kid loved the mall.
Yeah, but like Pat didn't get any fun. You know what I mean?
We went to New Jersey for vacations.
The home of Tommy Muley. No, all right, to your point, you may be honest.
I mean, your daddy chinched you all the way to Florida, man.
You might be onto something. And I am curious, Kimmy, what your experience was like as a kid. Because Kimmy said everyone loved them all. My wife, my youngest, and I ended up at Grease Ridge while we were on vacation.
Yeah.
And we were walking through, and my daughter and I, she was drinking a boba tea in the food court.
Okay.
And I regaled my wife and daughter about my first memory of going to the mall at Grease Ridge the first time they had combined the two malls.
Yeah.
So for those
they drove in the Golden Spike.
For those who are younger, the mall at Grease Ridge used to be two separate malls.
Yeah.
Right. And they built this thing between them, and where the okay. So I remember vividly the first day my dad took us to the new mall.
Yeah.
And I must have been like 7 years old, and it was wintertime. And they had that glass ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd never seen something like that.
Yeah. Glass on the ceiling.
And it was snowing outside.
Why isn't it coming in here?
And it was nighttime. And I remember looking up, watching the snow.
Weren't you putting your tongue out and being disappointed?
No, that was your mom.
Wait, you were 6 years old?
Yeah,
you were looking at
that's
the tongue
how
of my
creepy.
mom?
That's how weird that was, bro. They made a movie about it called The Lost Forest. I remember looking at the snow coming down onto the glass at night, thinking this is what millionaires do. I'm not exaggerating.
They probably do.
Like that was what that.
But they got it on in the mall.
The first time I went to Tinseltown and Gates when they opened that up, I was like,
the big for the big IMAX.
yeah.
Or,
No, this was before IMAX. They just opened up Tinseltown. They had those like lights that go back, the big.
Oh
lights
yeah,
that go
yeah,
back
yeah,
and
like
forth.
Hollywood. Yeah.
We went to go see the live action 101 Dalmatians, and I'm like, this is what millionaires do.
Yeah.
Like this is
kind of
what,
is. Yeah.
This is what rich people do. Look at me now. I'm in a movie theater with two giant lights, and my mall has a glass ceiling.
Hey, look at me.
And both
look at me now.
both my wife and daughter looked at me like I was insane.
Yeah, I would too.
No, I mean maybe the mall kind of was a vacation for me when I was.
Well, yeah, it was because it was escapism, right?
But all of these stores were designed for everyone to have escapism.
Yeah, but I think it means more from a kid. I think it means more from a kid who has nothing.
No.
It was an experience because I don't know a lot of people that actually shopped there or bought anything. You just went to go look at stuff.
You're such a dick.
Come summer, we never had a pair of shoes to wear, but every Christmas we had a brand new pair. I was born a coal miner's son in Gates.
We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next in the break room. Let's CMF. Let's give a Rabbaroo.
The old Hyundai Rabbaroo.
For a Wednesday Break Room CMF that makes tomorrow a Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, yeah, buddy. We're going to bitch it out, buddy.
Yeah, we got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you, plus a whole bunch more fun stuff, we promise, but we got to get out of the way.
Oh, sure.
For Kimmy?
Yeah.
Who longs for one more trip to the Disney store?
Be pretty cool.
For Tommy Muley, who's happy the last one's closed because he's not allowed within 500 feet of a Disney store, legally. My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you back here tomorrow, 6 a.m. in the Break Room on Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF.